was excited to be in blue light. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back for day 2 of Demo. Thank you, Lamar, for taking us on a ride on your spacecraft. Our morning plenary performances are musical moments to ground us in the day's themes. Thank you for the hymn of "These machines won't keep you alive. We're the new technology." Let's carry that forth today. I'm Salome Esega, director of New Inc. New Inc. is a New Museum's cultural incubator that supports creative practice across art, design, technology, science, architecture, so much more. Am I forgetting anything? And this is our culminating program where the members get to share what they've been working on all year. We've invited some special guests like Lamar and our speakers, which Raul will speak to just in a bit, to just further contextualize the activity that's been happening at New Inc. all year long. Yesterday was jam-packed. We had talks, panels, and performances covering extended reality, creative applications of AI, new systems and logics for cooperative decision-making and financing through DAOs. And there was an overall desire to introduce and preserve complexity when it came to our personhood for us as people who are reduced by data in digital space on the internet. We also had our opening party at Cara, organized by our Future Memory track. It was a perfect summer evening, people spilling out into the sidewalk. A huge thank you to Danielle Levy, who produced the event, and Manuela, Jane, Emmy, Augustine, and the whole Cara team for hosting us. Our Future Memory track will give their talks here at New Museum tomorrow morning. And a reminder that Angela Dimayuga's pop-up 1111, a convenience store in the New Museum lobby, is the go-to spot for snacks and lunch here during demo. So grab a 2000s era San Francisco sandwich or buy some herbal poppers made of 13 awakening and calming herbs, or sip a fresh coconut or coffee from Playground Coffee. At 11:11, you can also enter the art raffle for Trans Liberation, supporting Southern Trans Grassroots Organizing by My Sister's House in Memphis and Intransitive in Arkansas. It's $10 to enter the raffle, and you can win limited edition artworks by Aya Brown, Naima Green, Maya Ruth Lee, and many more people. And one last housekeeping note, all of our satellite showcases are now open, so please pop by Onyx Studio, La Mama Gallery, Pier 17 at the Seaport, and Duncan Stall to engage with the works that you're hearing about on stage. So today we're going to focus on arts and sciences, which we were able to cement as a key area of our program 3 years ago through generous support by the Science Sandbox, an initiative of Simon's Foundation. And I'm now going to pass it off to New Inc. Deputy Director Raul Zbengech to share more about the day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. What a pure and absolute pleasure to be here, introducing this radiant day of music, talks, performances, lectures, and presentations. As Salome said, my name is Raul Zbengech. I'm the Deputy Director here at New Inc. So I'm here to introduce the day ahead of us, as well as speak a bit about how we understand creative science at New Inc. The artists, researchers, and scientists in the creative science track look at the evolving relationship between the species inhabiting the earth, the materials we create and leave behind, and the lived effects of an ongoing climate crisis. Slowly, steadily, and imperceptibly, we are changing the way we as humans see ourselves as part of interconnected natural systems, the fact that our chemical composition now contains more petroleum-based products than ever before, the way we measure intelligence and language, and the way our psychology and the way of seeing the world is also rapidly changing. The members of New Inc.'s Creative Science track use the twin lenses of art and science to make sense of a rapidly transforming world. So my first program in my position at New Inc. was actually a smaller version today with last year's creative science track. We titled it Embodied Ecologies because of a shared through line for investigating the way our bodies function as their own landscapes and sites for ecological change. We went on to support this track with our longtime supporter, Science Sandbox, by making an exhibition titled Under, Over, Through at New Lab, where we solidified a growing friendship with Sara and Nejad, who hosted us and who is also speaking later today, this morning actually. We looked at landscapes during that exhibition as well, expanding on embodied ecologies and finding ways to understand landscapes as formalizations of time and space, and how external planes directly reflect on our interior states of mind. So I share this brief history with you because supporting, programming, and caring for the creative science track members has truly been a highlight of my career so far. This brings us to today and this year. So mentored by Angela Dimayuga, the chef, curator, and community organizer, who is also feeding us all festival long, as Salome told you. Our creative science track this year, Our creative science track this year, as well as the day of programming ahead today, feels liquid. We hosted a dinner with Angela Dimayuga titled Microbial Corral, where we looked at fermentation, fungal ecologies, and indigenous knowledge as forms of high technology. We continued the thread as a track and followed the water to the East River, where our artists showed their work in an outdoor setting, for many of them for the first time. And at that exhibition, we looked at water as a source of life, a source of erosion, 60% of the human body, and a path for migration and colonization. Water does hold the rhythms of a shared history and future. So today, we have the great pleasure of hearing from our creative science track members, while also situating their work in the context of light-bearing industry leaders. Sara Nejad, designer and innovation strategist, leads the Bio Lab and Bio Innovation at New Lab. She's going to let us know what's cooking over there. Lamar just performed new music from a concert about black holes and transatlantic spaceships. After lunch, Jay Wortham is going to bring us back and ground us with a sound bath. Yemi Amu is going to tell us how to farm with fish, water. We're recording a podcast with Sing for Science when Dr. Elizabeth Hénaff and musician Eartheater talk about mitosis, the title of Eartheater's recent album, as well as the process through which a single cell divides into two identical daughter cells. And finally, Anicka Yi will close the day for us with a keynote sharing the very notion of incubation as a messy and fundamental process of transformation, whether cellular, microbial, or social. So, to return to an opening thought from when I started talking, we're living in a time of transformation. Our planet, our fellow living beings are in a time of crisis, and ourselves, we're also changing. The program today tries to make sense of these radical transformations through the lens of scientific inquiry and creativity. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce our next group of speakers, Dakota Gearhart, Leela Shanker representing the Flint Collective NYC, and Aroussiak Gabrielian, followed by a moderated talk with Angela Dimayuga. Next up, Dakota.
Hello. Good afternoon, and welcome to Life Touching Life. Life Touching Life is a speculated, animated podcast about building collaborative, multi-species futures. Each episode features contributions from scientists, caretakers, artists, and musicians. Episodes are about 10 minutes long and will be released monthly online for free starting July 18th. I am the director, the animator, and the host of this podcast. My name is Dakota Gearhart. I was born in the desert, raised in Florida, and now I live in New York. I am a transmedia artist with a background in biology and social justice. I am interested in the radical deconstruction of contemporary power structures according to an ecofeminist worldview. My artistic output centers digital media, especially animated video. During the pandemic, I realized that all these interests had to come together because I deeply feel collective knowledge is the only way to imagine a better world. So I decided to make my work more accessible, community-based, and ideally a vessel for spreading ideas that can help us build a more intersectional, entangled future. A direction that centers joy, social change, and imagination. Which brings us back to Life Touching Life. The animated podcast features contributions from scientists, scholars, poets, musicians, caretakers, but also fictional cameos from black holes, bioluminescent pixels, and singing rats. It's set in a nonviolent future and hopes to tackle the topic of technological interconnectedness and multi-species healing from a playful point of view. At its core, the project is an exercise in collaborative utopian thinking, one that dreams of a world where human supremacist violence has been eradicated, ecosystems are preserved, and non-hierarchical relationships with Earth's living beings are the new norm. The project is not merely a projective fiction. I hope to amplify voices that are actively reimagining intersectional environmentalism today. This includes queer, feminist, non-Western, and anti-racist perspectives. So here are some real people. I have to always make sure to say that they're real. There's some real people contributing to Life Touching Life. So you'll see Lamar up there. Thank you so much for that beautiful performance. I'm excited to be collaborating with people who have unique relationships with creatures or who are creating new ideas to enact less oppressive futures as climate change looms. So here you can see their portraits, their names, and an image of their work. And here are some more contributors. These relationships are usually formed naturally. Sometimes I do cold call people I want to work with and hope they say yes. I pay a modest fee for this creative labor. The show's host is a fictional character named Tiffany. She is a half woman, half algae bloom who I voice, at least for now. And yes, she has a shell phone. She travels across landscapes, time zones, and the internet to meet contributors in both animated and costume states, which represent past and future modes of existence. So there's very good news. Season 1 is complete. Yay, we did it. Yeah, it was a journey. It took a village. So I want to say thank you to these organizations who supported the project over its 4 years of development. And a very special thank you to Franklin Furnace and New Ink for helping me push this project over the finish line in the last 6 months. So you can preview the first episode at the Creative Science Group exhibition at Pier 17. You will see the host character sitting in sculptural form with augmented reality additions. And the first episode plays over the river and features Erica Kielsgaard, who is a mantis caretaker. Or you can check out the custom website where all the episodes will eventually live. You can find out more information about the show's contributors on this site. This website was co-created with Sierra Stinson and myself with font help from a New Ink member, Livia Foldes. So please keep our upcoming events on your radar. The series publicly releases July 18th, which is when the episodes will be shared online monthly for free. Activated screenings. There's one coming up where creative science mentor Angela Dimayuga will create treats. and florist Azumite will create floral arrangements, all inspired by themes in Life Touching Life. I hope to do more of these. And a Japan tour in fall 2023 is scheduled, where I'm also hoping to research season 2. So if you know anybody in Japan who would connect with this project, please let me know. So how can you help this project grow? Can you watch the podcast and share it with somebody who is media curious or into weird art? Are you a scientist, a caretaker, a musician interested in multi-species storytelling? Do you want to collaborate? I'd love to talk more. Do you have access to programming and exhibition, screening opportunities? I would love to naturally grow an audience for this work, and perhaps you are the bridge to help connect this project with an engaged audience. Are you plugged into potential streaming and dissemination platforms that would support this work? If so, please do not hesitate to help get these ideas out into the mainstream, where we can create content that will enrich people's lives together as one big collective organism. So please take a picture of this screen so you can follow as the series releases on July 18th. Yes, I'll wait till I see one person do it. Thank you so much. And of course, we're on social media, and you can contact me with anything here. But before I close, I just want to say it's an honor to be here, and to grow this project in the New Ink community has been a real gift. So thank you so much.
Short. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to be here. Absolute pleasure, and huge thanks to the New Museum and New Ink All-Stars for bringing us all together. And it's nice to see some of you who made it down to Pier 17, where this installation is live at the moment, along with all of the beautiful works of my fellow friends in the creative science track. My name is Leela Shanker, and for many years I've been practicing as an architectural lighting designer who's most interested in darkness. I would love to hear from any of you in the audience and further out there in the world who are interested in a new brief for New York developers who are actually wanting to create memorable cities as much as livable cities as a means to reduce our carbon footprint. Before arriving in New York 10 years ago, I was immersed in the wide, bleaching light of Australian skies. My parents were scientists, and my favourite program was called Beyond 2000, and it showed us glimpses of technologies that were about to hit the consumer market beyond 2000, dating me a little bit. But it gave me two important things. One, hovercraft. Two, a glimpse into the future that made me so excited to get there that I wanted to accelerate towards it. And that feeling of excitement for the future is what drives my work now. Looking back for a moment, it's easy to forget how recently we came to be fascinated with this technology of electric lighting and controlling its path and its power. And electric lighting is really the youngest of a very long tradition of construction industry trades. And yet, in such a short time, we've come to be obsessed with keeping it on. It's always on. Light has become this catalyst for many different changes in our lifestyles, and it's in fact what inspired me to found a non-profit collective called the Flint Collective NYC as a tool for social impact. These images are a few examples of a project that we completed during the pandemic called Open. And light became our medium to contribute to people's worlds by bringing joy and curiosity. It was a way to also lighten the weight of what was going on around us with the Black Lives Matter protests and the closures of many of our favourite small businesses in the East Village. It was always also an energy transfer to neighbours and fellow artists, musicians, dancers, and it became a real opportunity. And that's what I love about the medium, but there's also a toll involved in working with this ephemeral and potent phenomena. I'm part of an industry that uses 30% of the world's annual energy and material resources. As a founder of an international incubator working to address decarbonisation and circular design principles in the lighting industry, I've actually had the privilege of coming into contact with architects, engineers, designers who are all mobilised to bring this number down. That frontier work, though, with its ambitious and imposing carbon neutral goals, can have the effect of making the future feel a little bit like a deadline. I would suggest that whilst we do need the data and we do need the goals, deadlines and numeric goals don't really capture our imaginations or create an excitement for the future. Doing more with less, really getting on this efficiency bandwagon, is tying us to the way we've always done things before. And I've come to recognise with all of these friends in these various programs that in fact we need to paint a picture of something that tastes good, smells good, feels good in order for people to want to move towards it. We have to transport people, and the ultimate staycation is what I've devoted my energy to now. It's embedded in this concept of less as an opportunity, not a limitation. And it's about thinking not just about less energy and less material use in a city of ever more, but really thinking about how we build together. So less building, more reconstructing, less virgin material, more remediated waste, less mining and processing, more harvesting and cultivating. But it's interesting to have watched this disconnect in the market at the moment, which is that there are early adopter materials folks, innovators, product producers, as well as innovative designers who want to find these materials and put them into projects, but a lack of brief from the developer side and owner side to actually put this into practice and try. But that's where this platform for less is as much a business model and a community as a project. And it's about bringing these early adopters together and actually collaborating to show everyone what's coming and why it's exciting. To create that demand, as I'm keep reiterating, we really have to make it tangible. And it starts here in New York. In this city, young and old, we want to seed these ideas in our everyday so that we have this archipelago of beautiful moments in our daily routines. Gardens, playgrounds, schools, cafes, libraries, theatres, all sets for the future that is already here if only we make the right connections. The local is both a people and a place, and the name of my next project, which is putting emerging principles of less into action. And it's not one project, it's 100. And that's because this is the horizon we need to actually iterate on ideas and test with a robustness and a fearlessness that will allow us an arc of evolution. So what excites me is designing for our future selves and our future leaders. We can sculpt architecture to help Mr. and Mrs. Wang on their night stroll, as much as we can harness circadian, biophysics and fractal fluency to support Scarlett and Lillian in their homework time. And their worlds, our worlds, are vibrant with material interactions, light systems that spark our imaginations because of the stories they've held before our own. For example, this patina reclaimed wood cedar from water silos becoming the backdrop and the extra sheen to cafes in which we're grabbing a coffee, redirecting light rather than producing light. We have libraries warm with unexpected material inversions, such as this stone paper, which has come from quarry waste, remanufactured waste that holds light rather than produces light. And the future is wild with colour, this amazing palette of hybrid materials. For example, this mycelium, which is remediating construction waste and putting it back into the built environment, thanks to the folks at Spawn Lab and Mycocycle. Like this Muir diagram of the habitat interdependencies of Mannahatta, I'm part of a growing network of local production partners thinking and doing less. And in the same way, this early work focused on borrowed light of a bus shelter ad, we can shift our perception of the world and the stories that we tell. So if you're a brand who is interested in speaking with your community through experiential tastes of the future, we want to co-author these vignettes with you. If you're a developer who has space in your portfolios to seed these moments, we would like to start this conversation and confirm the possibility of prototyping a small number of sites over the coming year, and we'd really like to start those discussions to have them locked in for September, which is when, if you're an artist, a designer of the future, we would love to hear from you as well, especially if you are an artisan of the other dimensions than our oculocentric society are part of. We will be hosting a charrette in September, and that's when we'd like to kick off the installations that will become live to the public in June next year. I'll leave you with this quote that moved me from Salman Rushdie in his latest book. The city thrived in the richness of its fiction. Fictions could be as powerful as histories, revealing the new people to themselves, allowing them to understand their own natures and the natures of those around them, and making them real. We need a new fiction, one that we are excited to move towards, and I'm excited to write them with you, and I know that there's no shortage of these beautiful ideas in this room and in this city. And we're all looking forward to less. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It is such a privilege to share this space with you all. I am Aroussiak Gabrielian, an environmental designer and bioartist with training in architecture, landscape architecture, and media arts. I work with living organisms, natural systems, and atmospheric phenomena to explore multi-species entanglements across scales. My work utilizes such biomedia as a means of critically problematizing human exceptionalism. In other words, I interrogate how humans' relationship with the more than human world might be transformed by working collaboratively with living organisms to create new relational possibilities for the future. I navigate this world as a queer immigrant woman of Armenian descent, and this positionality orients me towards an eco-political ethos, one that recognizes that structures of all systems of power and the degradation of our biophysical world are fundamentally entangled. We are currently witnessing the 6th mass extinction in Earth's history, primarily caused by anthropogenic forces. The rate of species loss is estimated to be 1,000 times higher than the natural background extinction rate around 1 million species are at risk of extinction, which is unprecedented in human history. The systems that some of us have created are jeopardizing the intricate web of life that sustains us all. My work tries to prioritize the more than human species and systems that have been exploited or rendered mute by the inseparability of advanced capitalism and the colonial project. I'm currently working on a 3-part design series and forthcoming book titled Near Extinction Rituals, which aims to catalyze new rituals to force humans out of their exploitative relationship with the more than human world and obligate them to collaborate and thus co-evolve toward more ethical models for living. This work is informed by feminist new materialism and queer theory, but it's also deeply personal and rooted in lived experience. I conceived of the first prototype titled Post-Human Habitats following the birth of my daughter Zabel, a time when I was keenly aware and astounded by my body's ability to produce and deliver the exact nutrients that she required. I began to wonder how we might use our bodies to feed more than just our kin. Post-Human Habitats is a wearable and edible landscape system powered and fertilized by bodily waste and doubling as an expanded ecosystem that attracts and integrates other animal and insect life. Food is the composite web of the technical, ethical, cultural, and affective. It is also the material embodiment of an increasingly complex but largely invisible assemblage of trophic encounters between different living species. Yet humans have intellectually positioned themselves outside the food chain despite being host to millions of microbial organisms that are both nourished by our interiors and exteriors and are essential to our survival. This project imagines a new set of more than human customs and practices emergent around the cultivation, preparation, and consumption of food, which is a radical break from the complex commodity chains of industrialized farming and eating. It addresses a way of living and dying in the ruins of what we've created as a collaborative practice of feeding each other. All my prototypes are functional. These produced about 40 pounds of crop, and I collaborated with the Rome Sustainable Food Project, led by Chef Alice Waters at the American Academy in Rome, to harvest the crop and serve as finger food at the opening night of the exhibit. The second prototype in the series, titled Transcorporal Atmospheres, asks what it means to share our breath with the multi-species world. As I speak, you are all inhaling my exhale. Our breath is routinely shared and circulated with others. We are connected here not only spatially, but very much corporally, materially, and metabolically. And in each exhale that we put out into this world, there is about 4 to 6.3% water, meaning that if we were to theoretically harvest this liquid, each of our bodies would produce about 1 liter of water per day. The prototype here is an undulating vessel which encloses an inner moist environment that enables organisms, especially fungi, to grow and be sustained by human breath. The vessel has sunken apertures that invite our bodily participation. The human must press up against the outer membrane of its glass shell and leave their breath inside this enclosed environment. The liquid water from the breath is then collected and delivered for nourishment and hydration to a companion species, a shiitake mushroom that occupies the space of its interior. As the water from the breath passes through the shiitake to enable its growth, the fungus filters the impurities in that liquid. The shiitake also creates surplus water through the metabolism of plant waste known as metabolic water creation, which it subsequently excretes out of its body. This communally generated water is then collected into a central cistern, gathering it for wider use. This piece was fabricated this year through the mentorship of New Ink, and you can see its output, 60 days worth of communally generated liquid breath, on display on Pier 17 as part of the Creative Science Showcase. I'm currently developing the last prototype in the Near Extinction Ritual series, titled Future Kin, which deals with the material waste of death, particularly in the face of mass species extinction. It asks how to die well in the crises and in the mess that we've made and in the foreshadow of our inevitable end. Death in this project is framed not as an endpoint, but as an active material process of decay and recomposition. The project engages the underground food chain and considers the types of future relationships that we might form with the soil biome, putting in place acts of care that go beyond the exploitative and instrumentally regimented forms of stewardship. It considers how our bodies in death could facilitate this new form of coexistence and how design could enable and accommodate this necessary exchange. I'm currently building my team for this project, which will include an ethno-entomologist to connect the soil biome to the human gut microbiome, which for those of us who have been systematically expunged from our ancestral or indigenous lands becomes quite potent to explore. A choreographer to help enact new rituals of grief and of mourning, and a death doula to help facilitate healing. And it'll be shown as part of the Getty Pacific Standard Time Los Angeles, which will open early next year. If these ideas moved you, I invite you to connect with me. My work is highly collaborative across the arts and sciences, and I'd love to incorporate your voice in this and future work, so please reach out. I also invite you to visit my studio and learn more about this series and other projects like it. Each of these prototypes have been designed as both standalone pieces, but they're also linked not only thematically, but also metabolically. Perhaps you have ideas about how to explore the shared matter across these projects. As I mentioned in the beginning, the series has an accompanying book, and I'm hoping to translate the metabolic nature of the series into the way in which the book is structured and navigated. If you're a publisher or know of a publisher who would be interested in this experimental and hybrid work, please connect. And lastly, help me share this work with others who might be interested in these elemental themes. And thank you.
We can all stand.
Oh my God. No, I'll stand. You know, we're talking about hierarchies, but I'm not that tall. We talked. You mentioned that short pride. Amazing presentations. Thank you for sharing. Really nice to see you, all three of you, take the stage on this cushy carpeted. This is nice. But I wanted to just run, you know, we only have a short amount of time. I think I emailed them saying, I wish we had 45 minutes. But I have one question for each of you. And I'd love to just hear more about some of the characters and ideas and this sort of multi-species connection I think you guys are all making with sensory elements that I really connect to, you know, everyone in our creative science track. The way that I feel we were all connected is really through sensory, like really trying to amplify our senses and our connection to each other with what we produce. So Dakota, I love your maximalism in general. Great outfit. And you really matched your presentation. I think this type of maximalism, which I really love, I feel like in Filipino culture we do something similarly, even though I'm wearing black and white. It's because I'm working at a cafe upstairs. But this maximalism and these colors, I think, really draw you in. And I feel like that allows for you to enter a portal or allows some type of time traveling. And I think your algae character is a great representation of that. I want to know her personally, and I want to know more about her. Can you tell us about Tiffany?
Sure. So I'm interested in the feminine grotesque. So of course I had to make a creature that was like kind of a high femme and then sort of a toxic algae bloom character. Her story is that she is from the future, right? And she's sort of this crossbred, like algae woman creature that was made with like a patriarchal gaze, sort of speaking to like designer creatures or designer babies, or who knows what's going to happen. But her story is that it didn't really work out for her, and that she decided to learn like about her history, or like why she exists. And in the future, we have access to, of course, the ever mysterious time travel. Just snap your fingers and it works, especially in video. And so she roams around and gets to meet people. I voice her, and there's also sort of a very personal piece to it. It speaks to my upbringing in Florida. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, you guys have matching colorways on your head. So there's a deep connection.
Like I'm kind of playing with becoming her, like in real life.
I think we know that. I think we know.
Yeah,
Sorry to say, but I think everyone here knows. But we love that, and we love that about you. And then I wanted to move my next question over to Aroussiak. We got to spend a little time together in LA. I felt really fortunate. And I loved seeing this 7-minute presentation of your work because I think it really encapsulates me getting to observe you be this teacher to so many, I hadn't been around like young college kids in a while. So that made me feel tingly and like really excited. But I got to share from my POV my critique of their senior urban landscape design review, and that was something that was really new for me. But I really see that connection with food futures to soil and our connection of microbial gut health to microbial health of soil or plants or water. And you talked about this inner moistness that's really intriguing. I wrote that down in all capital letters. And it feels important to really discuss and think about this soil underground. I think about underground parties and what underground means in culture, but we also have to think about this soil underground, and that was a really beautiful reminder in your presentation, so thank you. And once we go into these worlds, what do you feel like this type of interspecies, more than human type of exploration adds to your work?
Thank you. Yeah. There's so many collaborations that the projects that I work on try to bring together, from the organisms that I'm working with and collaborating with to experts from the sciences, and then adjacent fields in the arts. And these really add multiple layers of both meaning, but also substance to the work. For instance, the scientists I reach out to make these prototypes functional so that the organisms could thrive within them. Probably the architect in me that wants to have these prototypes work. The adjacent fields in the arts bring to my work a very interesting lens. We're all trained in a particular way and to see the world in a particular way, and I think collaborating with others from other disciplines adds those layers to work. But I'm most excited in the collaborations with the organisms themselves, and ensuring their well-being in this kind of mutualistic exchange that my prototypes try to catalyze. One of the more exciting collaborations has to do with my next, the last one that you mentioned that deals with the soil biome. It's deeply personal because in making that connection from the soil biome, which, by the way, our gut biome, majority of the microbial life in it is actually found in soil. And it's not just soil that we've been in contact with in our lifetimes, but it's passed down through the mother's side. And it's ancestral soils. And for as an Armenian who has been through the genocide of 1915, expunged from our ancestral lands, it's a really kind of deep connection to explore there. So in a way, this next project is, I'm not only going to be collaborating with the microbial and insect life in soils, but it's also a collaboration with my ancestors, which I'm really looking forward to unpack.
Yeah, that's a lifelong work, isn't it? Inner moistness, pride. And then Leela, the getting an opportunity to hear about your experience being from Australia and seeing just the image of that vast landscape that I think people associate with paradise or vacations. There's something really isolating. In my experience, there's something really isolating about it. And I love that you're playing with darkness as a theme because, yes, you work with light, but there's something really important. I think we kind of create these sort of negative feelings around darkness. But that makes me think of yin yang. It makes me think of how we enjoy campfires, and some of us are night people. And you talked earlier about the new technology of light and light switches, and to me, I think my response to that was, well, yeah, that helped birth more capitalism, more work. This is really important work to centralize darkness as well. So I really appreciated you sharing that. And something else that you touched on is just even thinking about the word taste. So something that's less vision-centric, and that's a future that you are building and you are harnessing with the people you're working with. So this less vision-centric work, moving from, I think in these institutional spaces, everyone thinks it's just about visual art. And I think also as femme people, we have to think about smell and touch and darkness. So can you tell me more about this future that you see?
Yeah, it's so interesting that I think we get to play into all of these inversions and I think maybe there's a lot of us in the room who just like to shake it up and kind of turn things on their heads anyway, naturally, but I have found that I think diving into light and lightlessness, I try and sometimes not use the word darkness because it's got such a pejorative connotation. They're actually, as you said, yin and yang, they're all related and it's all systems that we're working with. It's never just production of one thing. And this is where diving into supply chain analysis and all the data there really gets you going down the rabbit hole, which is interesting and exciting. There's opportunities there. And I think it's the opportunities to get super hyper-specific about different aspects of the very thing that you thought you were walking away from that you can then actually find new light in. I think in all of us intuitively feeling like there's change that's required in the way we're living, there is a sense that we should be doing something differently but not really knowing what it looks like. And that's where I think there's a new equilibrium to be found. And in dialing down what has become a very vision-centric society, dialing down the lighting and our obsession with what it's given us, to extend the working day or whatever else day, we're all, always on kind of people here. But I think it actually provides the space to dial up all the other things that are arguably more intimate senses and connect us far more to the present and actually give us potentially more joy in experiencing the now. And I think it's interesting thinking about the museum space versus seeding these things in the street, which has always been an obsession of mine. There is something about changing our perspective in the context of an everyday moment that I think is very exciting in feeding our sense of potential for wider change, not just as this moment of escapism, which we're all very good at and it's very important as well, but to create a very beautiful, exquisite presence and now is really important. And I've been really inspired by you and all of us in this program that connecting these different arts and our expertise in different sensory stimulation is providing grounds for very exciting new work. And it's on our shoulders to keep that going.
Thank you. Raul, how much time do we have left? Oh, great. I'm going to ask more questions. While you were speaking, I also thought about, we were talking about extending the workday, Leela. It reminded me of, I saw this video about how, there's so much, negation around this word darkness. And maybe it's like we come up with a different word. Maybe we need to think about different language. Because I think that's what drives us into a different future that is closer to our type of utopia we want to reach to. So maybe we should think about that. But also that, there's a negation around the people that appreciate darkness. If you're a person that prefers to wake up at 11:30 a.m. and stay up late and work, we're people that came from medieval times that maybe we were this is what I learned, maybe we were the ancestral sort of caretakers of the fire embers. I think all of our work, we try to dig into our ancestral journey, have our own journey with finding out how we can sensorially relate to ancestry. And I think getting to work with you all as a cohort and just looking at, I've only usually I mentor one or two people at a time, but what I got out of it, because I felt more of a facilitator, was getting to just see a spread of all of your guys' work. But I wanted to know, as a person that's gotten to know you over the last, I think, 8 or 9 months, are there things that you learn from each other that you want to share, or surprises that, in this journey? I think this is rare that we get an opportunity to just get to know people on this level so regularly for 8-9 months. But if you guys feel inspired to share that, I would love to know more. Feels kind of like a closing of it.
How much time do we have?
I think we have 3 minutes because I accidentally talked too long.
I've learned so much from all of the amazing cohort. We have an incredible relationship. We share reading recommendations. We share clothing, pictures. We share articles. I mean, we're helping each other with grants, get funding. We're helping each other in this really beautiful way. And frankly, that's what I'm here for. Art is cool, but people are so much more beautiful. And so I'm really happy. Yeah.
I answered for everybody.
No, it's very true. Picking up on your last point then, I do think that we're all doing weird, crazy stuff, and it's super interesting, and that in itself is important because it inspires us and pushes us. We've found alignments and also new little exciting tidbits to keep us going in different directions. But that human infrastructure of people who are energized to not just investigate how things could be different, but put proposals out there for how it could be different, and not just develop stories that are more directed towards cynicism or taking things down, or, you know, I think that's what I really appreciated from all of us and this wider New Ink community. And I think it's really important, as we all wade through tricky times, that we keep these people around us and grow that human capital.
Yeah, I think we're all interested in, you know, I think art begets this feeding of your imagination, which is why I think we all share space here. But what I really appreciate about, you know, New Ink putting this event together, but the type of work that you guys do is putting it into action, which is really hard. So I really appreciate about you three and everyone here witnessing this. I think we're through. So go see their work at Pier 17.
Thank you.
Hi again, everybody. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Sara Nejad, a designer and innovation strategist specializing in the convergence of design, biology, and systems thinking. At New Lab, she leads the BioLab and Bioinnovation program, fostering interdisciplinary research and cultivating a diverse network of biotech inventors in New York City. Sara came to Embodied Ecologies, the small version of this program, last year, and then invited us to have an exhibition at New Lab. And we've always had this funny relationship between New Ink and New Lab. They're like, are they the same? Are they different? So, you know, we thought it'd be a good opportunity to hear from New Lab. So please welcome to the stage, Sara Nejad.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the introduction. Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here today. I was going to tell that story, by the way. He stole it from me. It was such a funny story because, I came to the demo day for the creative science track, and I was so inspired and blown away by all the projects and the artists. And I immediately reached out to Salome and Raul, and I was like, we should collaborate. I just started at New Lab back then. I was in the process of building a biolab, and things worked out, and we hosted the showcase for the creative science track at New Lab, and people loved it. So for those of you, how many of you are familiar, this is really bright, how many of you are familiar with New Lab? Oh, cool, okay, all right, not too bad. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Cool, all right. And by the way, you just gave an intro about me too, so this is unnecessary. So for those of you who are not as familiar with New Lab, we are a center for invention. What we do is that we foster communities, we build infrastructure, we forge partnerships, and we invest in startups. And our goal is to identify and solve big problems that impact the industries that have a really huge and big effect on the health of the planet, the different species that inhabit our planet, including human beings. So we identified and we see opportunity in different industries, including mobility, energy, and materials. And we see an opportunity to create these circular economies and have a positive impact in these industries. So we don't do this alone. we are smart enough to realize that there's no way that one company, one organization, and one solution alone is able to address all these big challenges. So what we do is that instead we focus on building a cross-disciplinary and diverse community of people from different backgrounds, so engineers, scientists, designers, inventors, entrepreneurs, but also artists. So these are a global network of people who find their way to New Lab. And we really try to cultivate them and help them and give them the tools and resources for them to succeed. We have cultivated a wide range of companies and startups who are reinventing the future of energy mobility and materials. And so far, our collection of companies that are working in material innovation is growing, and they're doing exciting work. Some of them include one of the pioneers of material innovation, Modern Meadow, Tom Text, who is turning waste from seafood like shrimp shells and mushrooms into really high-performance materials and alternatives for leather. And one of our newer members, Werewolf, who's applying synthetic biology to create high-performance biodegradable material. So this is a pretty exciting collection of companies that we have. And the way that we support them is that we provide them with access to our ecosystem. Our ecosystem provides them funding, access to investors, access to talent and advisors. But we also, one of the most important things that we provide for the ecosystem is that we build infrastructure and give them access to shared labs and facilities and resources. So they can design, prototype, and test these technologies. One of the ways that we enable these startups to test their technologies is by giving them opportunity to pilot their technologies. Piloting is not easy, it's expensive. And the way we do it is that we partner with a global network of, it could be corporations, it could be cities, governments, or even countries who come to us with huge challenges, and they need to find the inventors and the talent that is working on solving those problems. And what we do is that we pair them together, we create the environment and a cohort and a studio for them to work together to develop and then test and pilot these technologies. So material innovation and circular design is one of the main themes of our innovation studios. These focus on applying biotechnology and circular design to creating the future of materials, but also solving the waste crisis. A great example of this is our Waste to X studio. This is a studio based in Puerto Rico, and it's looking at a waste stream. This is a seaweed, a macroalgae. It's called sargassum, which I hadn't heard about before the studio. So apparently it's a huge environmental problem, and what they're doing is that they're looking at different opportunities to turn that waste stream into valuable products. So beyond the studios, as I said, the community is our DNA of New Lab, is what we care about the most, and to really provide and accelerate the speed of innovation for our community, we provide the facilities. So in addition to the New Lab headquarters, which is in Brooklyn Navy Yard, where I'm based in, we just opened a new facility. It's a huge facility in Detroit, which is focused on mobility, and we are going to open a new Center for Material Innovation here in Brooklyn soon. So yeah, as I said, Brooklyn, this is the New Lab HQ. This is where I work. We have really the way it was built, it was opened in 2016. And the way it was designed and built, it was all about the community. How do we create an environment, a space, and resources for people to come to work together to find other people who have the same mission and are like-minded. And we then harness our shared resources to power these companies and innovators. One of the most important shared resources that we offer to the companies is access to our shared work maker spaces and labs. So this is a collection of different prototyping facilities like digital fabrication, wood and metal shop, electronics lab, textiles lab, and the biolab. So a biolab in an incubator, that's new. So at least to me, that's new. So I've seen shared biolabs for companies who are mainly in biotech, and I've seen shared maker spaces for companies that are working in different technologies. I've never seen a collection of all of this together. So when I started at New Lab, I built a biolab, and we designed it in a way that it allows for a variety of different R&D to take place. It's a biosafety level 1 lab, and it allows for early research, R&D, prototyping, and biofabrication. It offers a set of standard equipment and tools for biomaterial innovation, synthetic biology, microbiology, plant biology, mycology, and more. But the members, like the value that we offer is not just about access to the facilities and the equipment itself. It's also about the community, the interdisciplinary community, which is super rare when it comes to biotech, and also the support that we provide. So we welcome people from different disciplines. The biolab is not meant for just biologists and scientists. And we encourage people from different disciplines who work at New Lab to come and explore and see how they can integrate biodesign and biotechnology into their product development, design, and prototyping processes. So far in the past year, we've had a growing number of members who have come to the lab and see what's up, what they can do, what they can make. And we have companies that are working on a variety of different technologies. We have companies like Terraform One and the Living Studio who are working on biofabrication and exploring the applications of biomaterials like mycelium-based composites in architecture. We have a company called Renewable who's looking at food and agricultural waste and turning that into nutrients and growth media for soil-less growth systems and hydroponic systems. We have Werewolf, who's using synthetic biology as a tool to create these materials who have inherent characteristics like a color or a texture or a certain performance characteristic. And then we have a company like Odyssey Spaceworks. So this is not a biotech, like a traditional biotech or biodesign company, but what they do is that they're creating miniature labs that could be sent to outer space and enable life science research in Earth's orbit. So a pretty cool collection of projects so far, and today I'm going to kind of spotlight 3 of these companies and the projects they're working on right now. So the first one is the project by Terraform One. Unlike many of our member companies who are venture-backed startups, Terraform One is a nonprofit company. They are one of the original members at New Lab, and they focus on architecture and urban design. They have an interdisciplinary group of researchers, and one of the ways that they explore these new ways of designing and architecture is through applications of biomaterials. So the projects that they're working on right now, it's called, it's a multi-species habitat system called Home Alive, if I'm not mistaken. So this multi-species habitat system is a modular facade that utilizes different biomaterials like mycelium composites, bioplastics, and its goal is to create a biophilic habitat for different species in the urban environment. So it provides food, it provides nesting opportunities, and it really wants to design a more than human habitat that caters to not just the humans that inhabit our urban environment. Their process of design, prototyping, and exploration really involves different components. Material exploration and testing is one of the main components. So you can see here some of the materials that they have prototypes and tests. So the first one is an algae-based bioplastic that they prototype. Then you have in the middle different swatches of material that is coated in different bio-based hydrophobic coatings. And on the right, you see them doing very precise testing to see how weatherproof that bio-based coating is. And And again, their prototypes, they use different materials and also different fabrication methods. So that includes analog fabrication, but also digital fabrication. You can see components that are knitted, but you can also see components that have been 3D printed, like the 3D printed clay. You can see pieces that have been laser cutted using digital fabrication. Really create more living structures and living materials and apply them in architecture. The other company that I think is super interesting, and it kind of follows on the theme that we discussed about the soil microbiome. So Renewable is doing something similar now. As I said, they have developed this very interesting technology and platform to turn food and agricultural waste into growth media for soilless systems. But now what they're focusing on is the microbiome of these soilless growing systems. As you know, the microbiome of the soil has a huge effect on the health and productivity of the plants, but that is currently missing. It's a missing piece in soilless systems like hydroponic systems. So what they're doing is looking at different microbial strains and also communities, and then isolating them and designing different sets of microbial communities and then testing that and studying how that affects the growth of plants. The next step for them is to then test their growth media, which is enhanced with these microbial communities in different crops and also different growing systems. And also study the effect of the environment and the growing system on the microbial communities as well. So it's a definitely like a feedback loop between those microbial communities and the growth system itself. And the last company that I wanted to highlight is Odyssey Spaceworks. Again, this is not a traditional biotech company. They definitely fall in our moonshot category of startups that we love to have at New Lab. What they do is that they create this miniaturized R&D lab units, devices, and their goal is to create a tool or a device to observe, grow, engineer biological systems in outer space. And they want to democratize access to such a technology to researchers, but also scientists and artists. So it's playing, cool. All right. So the premise behind why they started doing this is that biology works differently in space. So the way that biology and biological structures work in 1G is different from microgravity. And they really want to enable the researchers to study the effects of microgravity on biological systems. And what they have created has different applications. So they enable researchers to study applications like protein synthesis, studying different strains, microfluidics, and also studying the effect of microgravity and extreme environments on different tissues. So the first device that they're sending to space will be launching very soon. It includes 2 different labs. The first lab, when I say lab, it's like a super miniaturized lab. The first lab consists of a bioreactor that enables them to grow muscle tissues from animal cell culture, and grow that in those conditions. It's a collaboration, a partnership between them and the Kaplan Lab at Tufts University. And the second one is a collaboration with one of the other companies at New Lab, and that is physical synthesis. And they're going to house some of their sensors, send it to outer space, and study the effects of extreme environments on the effectiveness of their sensors. So this is just like a brief insight and overview of the projects that the members are currently working on. With that said, we are always open and want to learn more and want to have startups that are working in all these different themes of energy, mobility, and especially materials. And biotechnology, biology touches at least 2 of them, so energy and materials. We're all about community, collaboration, especially interdisciplinary collaboration and partnerships. So if you are an artist, scientist, designer, entrepreneur, and you're working in these areas and are interested in these topics, please reach out to us. There's a QR code to our website. You can learn more about the projects that we're working on currently. And we would love to hear from you. All right, thank you.
Get this one. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Sara, and thank you. It's very poignant, the overlap between the projects incubating at New Lab and at New Inc. We'll be in touch. It's time for lunch. Please head up to 1111, our convenience concept pop-up led by Angela, and we will be back here at 2:30 to get realigned with the sound bath by Jay Wortham. See you.
and things.
You're getting the different tones. It's coming through. Hi, how are you? I think these will stay pretty gentle. Let's see with this one. Okay. Okay. Great. Yeah. Just sound, I think.
Hello. Welcome back from lunch. I got a fresh coconut. It felt really nice. I feel like I'm on vacation. So we at New Inc. have introduced a whole set of somatics exercise and practice into our professional development and community programming. It's important that we are taking care of our full selves. We're not just our projects, we're people first. So we want to get grounded with you. So we've invited Jay Wortham to do some sound work with you all. And we've been encouraged to close our eyes, settle into our bodies, move around, do an access check, figure out what you need. Come on stage. I might get cozy on the grass. I don't know. I'm on vacation mode now. So I'll pass it now to Jay. Thank you.
Yes, and I did want to invite, if anybody wants to come up and lay or sit, now is a great time to do so. You're perfect where you are, but there's room up here if you want to join me. We're just going to have about a 15-minute sound meditation. I love to remind people that there's no wrong way to experience a sound meditation. So, feel free to settle into your chair. If your eyes feel like closing, great. If you want to watch me, I love that too. And, there's nothing to do except to be here now. And there may be some pauses, but I will let you know when it's time to come out, so you actually can just relax, enjoy, see what comes up. Try not to focus on it too much. My mind can get really active, especially with these earth instruments. And I have a smaller setup today because it's a shorter window, so just observe, be here, and we'll go from there. So I'd love to invite everybody in the room to begin by just noticing your breath, your inhales, exhales. Your body is settling from a delicious lunch. Just letting ourselves know that we are going to have a period of rest. And deepen your breaths as much as is comfortable. Just to keep that going. I'd like to invite you all to begin bringing movement back into your bodies where possible. Wiggle your fingers, your toes. Become aware of your breath, your breathing. Whatever whatever sensations came up or thoughts, I hope they serve you for the rest of your day. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Well, if I was on vacation mode before, I don't know where I am now. Thank you so much. We're now going to transition into our how-to talks. These are 15-minute talks where a practitioner shares something they know how to do well. Yemi Amu will share how to farm with fish. Oko Farms is a publicly accessible aquaponics farm on the Williamsburg waterfront. It's a magical place in New York City where things slow down. You move from concrete sidewalks to rich, lush dirt and start to feel connected to something much bigger than you. Yemi, her team, and the fish are building something special, and I'm excited for her to share what she's doing. Welcome, Yemi.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Jay. That was beautiful. What a perfect way to get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Yemi. Let's see if I know how to use this. Oh, good. I can't really see you guys, but thank you to New Museum for inviting me. This is fun. I'm excited to do it. I'm going to talk to you about how to farm fish in NYC. Before I go into that, I'm just gonna take you on just a quick journey about what Oko Farms is and what we do. Thanks so much to Salome for that beautiful description of our farm. Oko Farms, oh, by the way, I'm the founder of Oko Farms and the executive director, and I'm also the farm manager there. We've been around for about 10 years now, and Oko Farms operates NYC's largest outdoor and only publicly accessible outdoor aquaponics farms. For those who don't know, most aquaponics farms are indoors, in warehouses, and in closed spaces where folks can't really get access to them. What do? We practice aquaponics as a tool to mitigate the impact of climate change, to help increase food security for New Yorkers, and most importantly, to empower the public with the tools and resources to grow food for themselves. Some photos that Christelle put together about the farm. So before we get started, if you know what aquaponics is, just raise of hands. Awesome, great. So I don't have to go into it. For those of you who don't, it is farming in water, put simply. It's an Asian technique of growing food, cultivating both fish and plants in water in a recirculating ecosystem. Sometimes it doesn't recirculate, but mostly it's recirculating, especially in urban environments. But most importantly, why aquaponics? Why are we doing aquaponics in New York City? Why do we think it's important, and why do we want it to be outdoors and accessible to the public? Traditional agriculture uses about 70% of the world's available fresh water. Quick raise of hands if you know how much of the world's water is available to us as fresh water. If you know, just quick. You want? Yeah, about 3%. And we use 70% of it for agriculture. Aquaponics uses 80% less than traditional either soil growing plants or aquaculture raising fish on lands. And we find ourselves in a unique position to actually go beyond conversations about land and terrestrial plants and animals and talk about what's going on in our Earth's oceans and rivers and ponds and lakes. And aquaponics gives a really great opportunity to talk about water, essentially. Just a quick recap of what we do. We grow food, we engage the public, we do design and installation because, again, we want people to be able to grow food for themselves. We do a lot of research, we partner with institutions for research, and we ground all of that in environmental awareness. And we look to ancestral practices of food production, whether growing in water or on land, to determine how we approach our work. So how to farm fish. Those are my beautiful babies. I have about 400 of them. And some of these we've had for about 8 years now. Some are newer, some we eat. Some we don't, because they're my babies and they're special. And that's just pure bias. So before I get started to how you even start growing fish, I want to go talk a little bit about what's inspiring my talk with you today. Years ago, early 2000s, don't want to age myself, I just graduated from undergrad, went back to Nigeria, and my mom was going on and on and on about a neighbor of ours who was raising fish. And she just loved getting catfish from her every week. And she was like, we should go talk to her. She's doing amazing. We went to visit her. She was about 2 minutes from my house. And she had this beautiful setup in her backyard where she was raising fish in ground. And I started asking her all these questions. And the thing that I walked away with from that experience was that she was like, I don't think I can keep doing this. This is not sustainable for me. It costs too much water to do this kind of work. And as much as everybody loves the fact that they can get fish from me, it doesn't make sense for me to continue this business. So I walked away thinking, oh, fish farming requires a lot of water. It's not a sustainable model for food production. Many years later, I started this journey as a farmer and a nutrition educator. I started a farm on a rooftop in Brooklyn, in Crown Heights specifically. One of the volunteers in the community talks to me about aquaponics. He's like, hey, have you heard of this thing where you raise fish and plants? And I was like, what, raise fish? No, it's terrible. And he was like, no, this one is really cool because you take that fish wastewater and you give it to plants. So you're raising fish and you're raising plants. And think about it. You spend 3 to 4 hours a day watering. You don't even have to think about watering. And that was the beginning of the rest of my life. I am here today because of those two experiences combined. So how to farm fish in New York City. I'm going to take you through very simple points on how to do that. First, you select your fish, preferably fish that have co-evolved with humans for at least 1,000 years. Fish like tilapia and carp and catfish that the Chinese, the Aztecs, the ancient Egyptians have been raising for a long time. That means that they are more adapted to being with us. So catfish, tilapia, prawns, crawfish, take your pick, mostly freshwater. Select a tank. Make sure your tank can give each fish no less than 5 gallons of water. And I say each fish because hopefully you have more than one. Fish are social creatures. They don't survive in isolation. They like to be with each other, but then they don't want to be crowded. When they're crowded, then they get agitated and nervous and sometimes aggressive. Make the environment dark. Everyone's used to seeing this clear glass tanks, actually not ideal for fish. They like darkness because they evolved in these huge bodies of water that are mostly dark. We can't see in them. It gives them a sense of security and peace. Make space for them to hide in or put things for them to play with. Again, animals get really bored. Having something in the tank that can stimulate them is good for their emotional and mental well-being. Okay, but now you've selected your tank, you've selected your fish. You're not yet ready though. You need to create room for plants. So you need to add a container for plants. By the way, that is a setup we have on a rooftop in the Bronx at a housing facility. So you get a container for your plants, you add some sort of substance, substrate for your plants to grow in that is not soil. So it could be gravel, it could be lava rock, it could be clay pebbles, whatever you want that's going to give your plant structure. And then you might want to add a hose or a pump, something that's going to, both a hose and a pump rather, something that's going to help you with that recirculating. You can think of your hoses or hose and pump sort of like the body's recirculating system. You have your heart that's pumping blood, and then you have your veins and arteries that are moving blood from your heart to your body and back to your heart. Okay? You're ready to go after that, but not quite. Then you have to enlist microbes. These guys facilitate what we call aquaponics. Without them, there would be no such thing as aquaponics. You have 3 main group of microbes that you are concerned with, but there's so many others. They're communities of enemies and frenemies and friends that live and coexist with each other. But the ones that we concern ourselves with in aquaponics are Nitrosonomus, Nitrospira, and Nitrobacter. And what they do is take all your fish wastewater and turn it into nutrients that plants take up, and thereby cleaning the water for your fish. So this beautiful image that I found online is a great example. Fish produce waste through their urine, through defecation, and when they breathe out, all of that waste is ammonia. Your waste is ammonia. When you pee, it's ammonia. When you defecate, it's ammonia. And you have bacteria who consume that ammonia and turn it, they make their own waste in the process, and then in the end you have nutrients for plants, nitrogen mostly, phosphorus, potassium, all the great stuff that they need, that plants need, and then plants take all of that stuff up through their roots, and then water is clean for your fish. Now this part is important. How do you enlist microbes? Where do you get them? Do you add them? How do you get them to come? They're everywhere. They're in this room right now. There are more of them in here than are people. But what you want to do is to create an environment that they want to colonize, for lack of a better term. You want them to come into your environment and to stay there. And the best way to do that is to add ammonia, which is fish waste. How do you do that? Well, you buy ammonia. Simple. Pure ammonia, pure, not clear. There's a difference. I made that mistake. Clear has suffocants and other things in it that could be deadly for your fish. Pure is just pure. Or you may want to go the au naturel way, which I don't recommend, but a lot of people do, which is pee. That is pure ammonia. You need 1 tablespoon of that ammonia in your tank every day for 4 to 6 weeks. You are creating an environment almost like a pizza shop where your bacteria want to come and stay because they know that food is present. And then what do you do for those 4 to 6 weeks? Because you're bored and you need something to do. You're not yet ready to add your fish or your plants. Well, you can start your seeds. You can start whatever you want to grow, onions, peppers, flowers, cosmos, whatever it is. You can start your seeds while you wait for your bacteria to show up. And then once your bacteria shows up, you can add your fish, and your plants have hopefully germinated and are starting to grow, and you are ready to go. This is an example of something that we set up for a school. This is Poly Prep in Brooklyn. Look at those little tiny guys in their dark fish tank with some pipes in there for them to play with. And then that is all the yummy greens that they helped produce. So 1, you add your fish now and you stop adding ammonia. Thank you very much. The fish will take it from here. And then you never dump that water. It is wasteful to dump the water. It is terrible for the environment to dump the water. In the US, we dump about 90 billion gallons of water a day in aquaculture, which is horribly wasteful. When you dump that water, you're also dumping your beautiful, wonderful, amazing family and cities of bacteria that are helping convert the fish waste into food for your plants. You help keep the water level consistent for your fish because they appreciate that. They don't like it when you're constantly dumping their water and replacing it. You make the plants happy because they're getting plenty of nutrients in their water. Every time you throw out that water, you throw out your microbes, and they're not able to get the nutrients that they need. And then, most importantly, you're making the earth happy because you're saving water and you're not dumping nitrogen into the environment that ends up in our natural bodies of water and cause algae blooms and lead to death of fish in the ocean. Yeah, and hopefully you enjoy your plants along with your fish. Here are some examples of aquaponics outdoors on a large scale. This is Bali. They're growing rice there with their fish, and that's Bangladesh growing greens. And this is us. In New York, I think we have mint and some flowers going, and that's me. I don't know what I'm doing, giving some direction or the other. How am I on time? I rushed through that. I'm good. Awesome. Great. Questions. So I have time for questions. No? Okay. Woo, thank you. I practiced that. I'm so glad I'm on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So sorry to be the buzzkill. You can ask Yemi questions after the talks today, or you can write to Oko Farms and maybe see how you can support, visit, and say hello. Sorry to end it. So I'll be brief. For those who haven't seen me or met me yet, I'm Raul Bengech. I'm the Deputy Director of New Ink, and I'm here to introduce the second block of creative science presentations today. So we are going to start with María-Elena Pombo, followed by Anastasiia Raina, and then Jessica Charlesworth and Tim Parsons of Parsons and Charlesworth. María-Elena, please come on stage.
Hi, okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming here today. My name is María-Elena Pombo. I work under the name Fragmentario, and I'll speak today about a project called La Reentrada.
La Reentrada.
Vamos pues Madurín, ¿ves? Juguitos sin electricidad.
Mira, Madurito. El venezolano no lo acaba así tan fácil. Mira, ve. 20 minutos sacamos 1,5 litros. Para perderla todo el día en una maldita cola, hacemos nosotros mismos la gasolina.
Welcome to La Reentrada.
Many years ago, it rained oil in Venezuela. Not any oil.
Petróleo hecho en Cabima, chama, mira.
The oil rain happened in Cabimas, a city in western Venezuela where my mom is from. As a kid, I loved going there. With my brother and cousins, we would ride our bikes freely. Before the oil rain, Venezuela was an agricultural nation. After the rain, Venezuela would become a petrostate. A petrostate is a country whose economy depends almost entirely on the exports of petroleum. After the rain, Venezuelans would become the people of petroleum.
Así como los guatemaltecos, Miguel Ángel Asturias los llamaba los hombres de maíz. Nosotros somos los hombres de petróleo.
To be the people of petroleum is a lifestyle. It goes beyond producing and exporting oil. Baseball, Usonian feminism, nuclear family, brutalist architecture, highways, skyscrapers, concrete everywhere, Miami, whiskey, Tupperware, free university, free healthcare, a welfare state, Christian Dior, James Bond, a new middle class, postmodernity. It's cheap, give me two. Petroleum in Venezuela is not just fuel for cars. It's the black gold, the devil's excrement, the main ingredient of the baby bottle. Something to sow. To sow or not to sow. That is the dilemma, a dilemma of the past. Did we sow the petroleum or did we not?
Cuando dicen que el petróleo no se sembró, eso es falso. El petróleo se sembró. Todo lo que nosotros tenemos es producto del petróleo. Yo comparto la idea de que no se sembró suficiente. Es verdad. Pero lo que nosotros tenemos, lo tenemos por el petróleo. Entonces, sembrarlo se sembró. Es exagerado decir que no ocurrió la siembra petrolera.
The fruit that comes from the sowing of petroleum is money. Sowing this fruit is the key part of the sowing of petroleum. Not eating all of them today, planting some so we can keep eating in the future. In the first part of the 21st century, the tree of petroleum gave many fruits, the most it has ever given, but they were not sown. Today, there are still trees of petroleum, but they don't give any fruit. Shortages of everything: food, electricity, water, cement, even gasoline. The only thing that remains is petroleum.
Petróleo, papi, se está botando de la carretera. No llega el agua, pero hay petróleo para todo el mundo. Hablale, petróleo para los gringos, para los chinos, para los rusos, para los cubanos. No llega el agua, pero llega el petróleo en la casa.
In this context, the people of petroleum did something they had never done before. They left their garden. I am one of those who have left. Since I left my garden, I have tried to understand the many other gardens there are in the world. Why some work? Why some don't? Best sowing methods. I have tried to understand what could work for us, the people formerly known as the people of petroleum. La Reentrada is one of those reimagination exercises, an avocado seed economy, not one of extraction. I am not proposing we sell avocado seeds, one of innovation. I am proposing we take this material that we have and transform it in infinite ways. Venezuela produces a lot of avocados, but doesn't export many. Some say this with regret, a missed opportunity in the current avocado boom. To me, the fact that we don't export avocados is the opportunity. The food stays in the country for the people to eat. They keep the seeds, and with them, we reimagine possible futures. A dye for textiles, a sand substitute, an alternative clay, avocado seed bricks, avocado seed adobe, avocado seed oil, avocado seed electricity, avocado seed leather, avocado seed plastic, a new kind of brutalist architecture made with avocado concrete, a new identity. One thing I have realized while being a remote citizen are our strengths. Before the Global North invented #circularity, we have been reusing things and extending their life cycle. Before the Global North invented #design thinking, we have been designing our systems. Sometimes we would be embarrassed about it. Why can't we be more like the people of the first world? But we are not them. We put big buses on little boats. We run blenders without electricity. We make our own gasoline. We are the people of La Reentrada. We invite you to join. The avocado seed reentrada of a future Venezuela is one of many. La Reentrada is not about a physical space, but a mental one. Every day and everywhere, we can choose to re-enter, to create an alternative beyond the norm. We don't need to wait for the future. We don't need to wait for a place. Welcome to La Reentrada.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? No? A little closer. How about this? Great. My name is Anastasiia Raina. I'm a Ukrainian-born designer, associate professor, and nature culture sustainability director at the Rhode Island School of Design. I wanted to thank New Ink, New Museum, and the New Ink team for making this possible. I have met amazing cohort, and hopefully this relationship will continue throughout our time here and beyond. Human is a magic word invoked when we want to make the design seem more ethical and responsible. Buildings, cars, algorithms that govern our lives have been designed around the measurement of a 6-foot male, erasing the rest of us humans from the blueprints. Our attempt at human-centered design, even with the best intentions in mind, has proven to be inadequate, and recent developments in biotechnology and advanced technology call into question this construct of human as a discrete subject. Instead of a classical monomyth, the story of one, my book Posthuman Polymythology expands on what constitutes design today. It welcomes the narrative of a broader range of biological, artificial, and hybrid subjects into the field of design. It guides us how to obtain agency and exercise greater control over our bodies by circumventing governments. It examines the business of war accompanied by remote-controlled weaponry that creates heaps of disposable and dismembered bodies in faraway lands. As designers, we need to cross disciplines, create new definitions and methodologies around bio and infotechnology. And precisely these questions I ask my students in the Design in the Posthuman Age course that I teach at RISD. Throughout the past 5 years, my students have established an interactive connections between humans and diatoms floating through the Narragansett Bay, created Simberg ecologies, and tricked surveillance algorithm by training AI to identify moths as human eyes. We breathe life into artificial organs by connecting them to the environmental data. While these ideas are thriving inside academia, I kept wondering how could I bring them to life? And for the past 3 years, I have been working with Hyundai Motor Group, who invited me to imagine the future of mobility and sustainable cities. The task was to draw inspiration from nature. But what does it mean to be inspired by nature when we live in artificial and cyborg landscapes? With the help of machine learning, we have shaped noisy pixels into new organisms. We grew new morphologies that respond to sound and environmental stimuli. And these experimentations of AI-grown natures were published by Princeton Press in a book titled Big Data, Big Design, authored by Helen Armstrong. When working with Hyundai engineers, it was clear their interest was to learn how to mimic designs found in nature to solve human problems, a strategy known as biomimicry. Much like human-centered design, biomimicry has become a guiding strategy for corporations pressured to develop more sustainable solutions, leaving nature vulnerable to exploitation and marketing powers and greenwashing. It is time we shifted the conversation and design processes from being inspired by nature to working with nature. Our project, Microbial Cosmologies, is an immersive exploration of a future city infrastructure built for and around our interactions with microbial world. In this immersive experience, the world runs on global gut technology. Economies revolve around cultivating a unique human microbiome from human waste, and synthetic biology is used to program and govern this microbiopolitical state. This project was presented at Columbia Digital Storytelling Lab, Stanford University, and the VR experience was showcased as part of the exhibition in Seoul's Hyundai headquarters and Shanghai Kronos Art Center. Further exploration into symbiotic design strategy has evolved into seeing design as a catalyst that can inspire and trigger innovation processes through designers' active participation, production, and dissemination of scientific knowledge, civil policy, community, and local economies. With rising seawater temperatures and ocean acidification, sea urchins are emerging as one of the most climate-resilient organisms capable of withstanding warming conditions. We collaborated with biologists, urchin farmers, to create urchin-centric aquaculture model to help restore the ocean environment and secure food futures. We studied urchin shell composition to better understand what makes them so resilient. We repurposed urchin waste into clay mixes, ceramic glazes, and used urchin pigmentation to produce water-soluble colorants to dye textiles. The project culminated in urchin dinner that facilitated a conversation about the benefits of urchin production to strengthen the local economy. We engaged local restaurants to introduce urchin roe into our diets and developed a tasting menu including urchin kelp, urchin roe, oysters grown at the local urchin farm. This project illustrates how design can help create partnerships and cultivate a sense of engagement with community through food, a universal language that unites objects, materials, and stories to facilitate the collective design for the future. This project is currently being published by Leonardo Journal through MIT Press. It was shown in Seoul, Science Gallery in Detroit, and Providence. And now you can view this project at Pier 17 as part of the New Ink New Museum demo, where you can directly engage with shifting urchin morphologies as they adapt to rising seawater temperatures. All of these highly imaginative projects informed Hyundai's vision of a smart city presented in the World City Summit in 2022, featuring mobility solutions that coexist harmoniously with nature. This utopian view of future cities was quickly replaced by the dystopian reality of war of my home when it's being destroyed in real time, making me realize that our vision of the future are no longer about aspiration, but prevention and remediation. Seen by the Western and Russian colonial forces as a site of bio and geopolitical mining, Ukraine has been referred to as a breadbasket of Europe, a site of Chernobyl disaster, and now Kakhovka ecocide. And now my home country serves as a source of inexpensive but formidable soldier power fighting this war. Future Ukrainian generations are the ones who will continue to pay its devastating human and environmental cost. I'm working with my colleague and former classmate, Vladislav Kachur, on educational projects that will focus on connecting biodesigners with the refugee youth around the world. To learn more about design for sustainability and prepare future leadership capable of restoring and rebuilding our country. Our first workshop will engage Open Weather Community Project led by Dr. Sasha Engelman and Sophie Dyer, a project where we will build ground DIY satellite stations. Satellite imaging has been the main way that we engage with our immediate environment and can assess the damage that has been done in real time. So what's next? As a sustainability strategist who straddles between industry and academia, I'm looking for opportunity to partner with organizations interested in advancing sustainability issues and implementing biocentric approaches to design. If you're a publisher, curator, or grant-granting organization, I would love to work with you on disseminating my research and publish my book. And if you're an artist, educator, or developer, join me in mobilizing, teaching, and rebuilding Ukraine. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Tim Parsons.
And I'm Jessica Charlesworth, and together we are Parsons and Charlesworth.
We are partners in work and life.
We are both from the UK, maybe you noticed, and have lived and worked together in Chicago for over 10 years.
Jess is great at conjuring fictional worlds and having big picture wild ideas.
Tim is definitely the details person, the technical maker, and somehow has the patience to cut foam board or foam core very accurately. But it is my job to keep things weird as possible.
And it's my job to try and make sure we stay on the deadline. We are artists, designers, and writers, but most importantly for us, we are makers of things, and we want to use those things to tell stories.
Our research-based art and design practice uses objects and writing and installations to manifest fictional worlds as a catalyst to inspire real-world action. We do this through imagining fictional societies, organizations, and companies, and these provide a sandbox for us to explore critical questions across a range of fields.
To give you a few examples, the MIMO organization explored alternative practices and rituals around death and mourning.
Future Climate Histories conjured a fictional grassroots society, the Charists, devoted to sequestering carbon.
And Catalogue for the Posthuman satirized the tech and wellness industries using the products of a fictional future retailer. And this project was shown at the 2021 Venice Architecture Biennale.
The climate crisis has been an ongoing theme in our studio work and teaching since 2015. And species extinction is obviously one of the most alarming aspects of the crisis, and it's happening at a faster rate than ever before.
Theorists and curators, such as those referenced here, are calling for a global mind shift away from the modern project based on human exceptionalism towards a new project that measures success by the number of species that are flourishing instead of the amount of economic growth that we have generated. And as culture makers, our efforts are aimed at how we can shift public perception by telling compelling stories.
Climate fiction, as a genre, speculates on a changing planet, and we've been really inspired by writers such as Margaret Atwood and Kim Stanley Robinson, who use their books to propose concrete, actionable ideas to inspire change.
We've chosen to create a visual arts climate fiction called Multi-Species Inc. that speculates upon the kind of relationships we could be having with other species. Multi-Species Inc. imagines a global network of ecological stewards grown from a grassroots movement that use advanced digital sensing and AI technology to try to halt species extinctions and pursue equilibrium. Acting as de facto members of Multi-Species Inc., we are writing their stories and designing and prototyping and sharing the tools that they would use.
The project aims to help audiences envision empathic, transformative connections with other species while critiquing our over-reliance upon technology. The project is structured as a series of chapters, and for each chapter we collaborate with scientists, researchers, and ecologists and draw from a range of sources about different species. So far, the project has produced several outputs, including the two digital collages you've been looking at, a sculpture as part of the New Ink Demo Creative Science Showcase on Pier 17, and a limited edition book of short stories. Writing these stories led us to create a new typology of object we are calling the kin gatherer. And the sole purpose of this object is to generate a visceral connection between human and non-human species, with the aim of provoking an enhanced form of empathy.
In the book, we imagine this as a piece of electronic equipment that was able to sense the nutrient exchange between trees made possible by mycorrhizal networks. And through the project, we intend to explore what these kin-gatherer objects might do when designed to connect humans with a variety of other species. And ultimately, we would like to produce actual working objects rather than non-working prototypes.
We used the opportunity of the Pier 17 showcase to see if we could generate a kin-gatherer object for algae, perhaps one of the more difficult species we can imagine making kin with, but an important and misunderstood one. As you can see, algae produces most of our oxygen and is very efficient at removing atmospheric CO2. And thanks to our expert collaborator, Dr. John Kint from Bellevue University in Nebraska, we were able to learn about algae's sensory abilities and have a sample from the East River analysed and DNA tested. And this is actual East River algae on this slide.
So what did we make? The algae kin gatherer is a public sculpture consisting of a raft and accompanying accessories that a member of Multispecies Inc. would use to make kin with algae and better understand their world.
The raft allows its user to float face down on a body of water, attract algae with light, collect them using a sample tube, interact with them through a breathing ritual, and see them up close through a microscope.
The piece includes a sign viewable through the hole in the raft indicating to the Multispecies Inc. member what to do with it.
And, of course, there is a QR code on this sign that will take you to the algae kin gatherer story. And the story places you in the role of the member of Multispecies Inc. Using the kin gatherer. So what's next? We see this really as a multi-year project, and we hope to create many, many more chapters, ultimately bringing the work together into one large public exhibit. And luckily in July this year, we will be residents at Headlands Center for the Arts in Marin County in California, where we are planning a chapter about old-growth coastal redwoods. And this work will be exhibited in a group show called Designs for the Unthinkable World in southern Italy in September.
And we would like to use the lens of Multispecies Inc. to highlight compelling stories about various other species. So we're interested to know what species should we be collaborating with, and who are the human experts who have discovered their worlds. Also, are you in an adjacent field, such as film, VR, AR, or writing, and might be interested in collaborating with us? Or are you a curator looking for creative projects about multi-species world making? If so, please do get in touch.
The algae kin gatherer will be on show at Pier 17, amongst our other Creative Science Showcase group, until July 2nd, and you can access the story via this QR code. And we have a few copies of the limited edition books with us, and we're really happy to share them with you and show them around. And yeah, thank you so much, and thanks New Ink for helping us with this journey, and thanks. Yeah.
Thanks for our amazing cohort as well. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Jess.
Hi, everyone. I was already on this stage, but I'm back again. Thank you so much for your presentations. It's really nice to hear you talk at length about what's exciting to you right now. I have a short amount of time, again, to ask you questions, but I'm going to ask you all one question. And you know, I think that there's also an opportunity that I would love to hear maybe how you guys see your work connecting at the end, because I see that myself, but it'd be really fun to hear you speak to that yourselves. María-Elena, I really enjoyed the way, well, first off, I love the documentary style of presentation you did. I've never really seen a presentation like that, so I felt like it was a really intimate opportunity to hear the way that you, as you said, reimagine possible futures. And in my experience, as a Filipino American, my parents are from the Philippines, and I've really just seen how imperialism has had a massive effect on our economies and how overseas workers are such a big part of their GDP. So learning through you about Venezuela's fossil fuels and learning about your progressive projects around using avocado seeds for your more of a alternative circular system. I am aware that we've used sustainability practices in our homes and intergenerationally and ancestrally, and now the language that we're using around it is biodesign and circular economy. And so what does that mean for you knowing that these processes have been done for centuries?
Something, I mean, it's like you touch so many things, and first, like I'm not signaling imperialism. It's like our own mess to kind of untangle.
Mm-hmm.
And I start and I close the presentation, and this is actually from a video that I had done to explain this project, because it's a project that for me it's very complicated to explain, and I think it works best if I do it almost like a poem.
Mm-hmm.
But it starts and ends with people that are designing unthinkable systems, and they're doing so in a way that it's not apologetic. And I think for me that is a little bit like the difference when I see in the United States and in Europe people talking about sustainability, circularity. It's about making oneself smaller, and that's not it for me. Like, these people are having fun. It's kind of very punk, and that to me is maybe like where we can all learn from it, because that's how we're going to progress. Like, the human nature is that we want to make ourselves bigger, and I don't like that, but at the same time that is like our reality, and make everything like more fun. And in the 60s there was like a whole movement of design. A lot of people in Italy were doing things with plastic, and plastic was thought about as like a sustainable material because it didn't require taking down a tree, so people saw it as a sustainable material. But they didn't design these, shy, crunchy granola things. They were designing these crazy chairs and things that this new material gave them. And for me, that is a little bit like the power that we can embrace these new technologies, these new materials, in a way that it's not apologetic, but that it's like embracing things that are possible with them that are not possible with other more traditional materials.
That brings me to... I wanted to ask Anastasiia a question, because thematically, things that you're saying, María-Elena, remind me of some major points of Anastasia's work where instead of just replicating nature and biomimicry, we're talking about working with nature. And collaboration and intersectional work is such a huge part of bringing in that knowledge and working with all different types of people that you have direct contact to or within your community. And you have a big design background, but you approach your work with such a scientific approach. Can you talk about that process?
I think it's hardly a scientific approach. I think scientists would disagree with that. But it looks like it for artists. And I think that's kind of the exciting thing, where artists and designers have the freedom to explore and to break science. Scientific projects usually take decades to carry out, whereas as designers and artists, we have limited time and resources to really make the most of what is available to us. And I think where our work with María-Elena connects is really approach of not really waiting for system governments to take care of us. It stopped. Closer? Okay. Because our governments have failed us from Soviet Union falling apart in the 90s, Venezuela going into default, Ukraine being in the midst of war. It is really up to people to design their own future and to be able to work directly with materials and to find our way out of this mess that has been made is really what biodesign is about, is creating DIY methods of designing our way out of extinction.
And then want to hear from these two very flamboyantly dressed creatures. I really appreciate the coordination. But I think thematically what I'm hearing from everyone here is that we can have, the words that you guys use is this transformative relationship with other species, with each other. And an example of that product is this kin gathering that you mentioned, and the way that you guys use sculpture. The way that you guys use sculpture in relationship, from our experiences right now, even tech to understand species. And in your work catalog for the post-human, there's a critique of tech products for workers, and where do we see this happen in Multi-Species Inc.?
Yeah, I think that in this project, after we did the catalog for the post-human project, which was very satirical and quite dystopian, it created this kind of world of a kind of near future of gig work that was extremely high pressure. People didn't have time to sleep. They were constantly having to kind of enhance their own bodies. And we were concerned about that kind of future. And so we created that work as this kind of cautionary tale, if you like. In this Multi-Species Inc. project, we really wanted to try to do something more hopeful, but at the same time, I think we're always aware of humans' fallibility and ability to misuse technology. So I think in this project, I think we're trying to navigate our way through that. So I think we see the kin gatherer as a potential typology where, yes, we could use technology as this important bridge for us to understand things that either we as humans have never known or that we've lost this ability to connect deeply with other species through our senses. But at the same time, I think in the wider story that we want to tell, we also do want to talk about the dangers of misusing technology. I don't know if you want to speak to the kind of AI backstory or another aspect of it.
You said everything perfectly, but I will add some more. I think our intentions for this project for Multi-Species Inc. is a multiple chapter, multiple sort of faceted journey that we're going to go on. And I think we're really intrigued by how AI is being used for the benefit, and sometimes maybe not for the benefit, of this idea of codifying the planet and trying to imagine that the discussion of ecology being about this snow globe. And I think we're interested in having more conversations with people who are positive and positive about the role of AI and technology in protecting species. So we're still exploring that space of critique, but at the same time we want to use this idea of the kin gatherer as a way for the body to go beyond, the human body to go beyond what it's currently doing and connect on more levels, I think. And the kin gatherer is our starting point, and it started as a story. So that's quite a particular way or methodology that we do, is actually write a lot, and then the writing informs the objects, and sometimes the object forms back into the writing. So we sort of are able to explore different themes, and thankfully we are able to meet different people who we can sort of connect with and get us to understand ourselves more about other species, especially, for example, the algae scientists that we met. So yeah, I rambled a bit, but I think there's many more exciting chapters ahead. Hopefully all sorts of different types of kin gatherers.
Yeah, I mentioned this to you guys, I think, a couple months ago, the process of watching you make this sculpture with willows, and I think you traveled, you threw them on top of your car, but I think that connection is what we're seeking in this modern environment that we're in, is to find these materials, and all these people here are working with materials that we're trying to have a stronger connection to. And then the way, for example, I mean, everyone here is utilizing these materials to have a deepened connection, tell stories. And, you know, even for me, as a hobby, I have a lot of hobbies, and watching you do this basically almost like basket making process, I'm sure that just really makes you feel alive, that you're connected. But you know, there's a challenge for us to make work in time with these materials, and it's difficult to source. So you know, the way that María-Elena, you're collecting these seeds, and what I think is also really punk. It requires a lot of you're trying to have a connection with something in this alternative way, and this is how I see all of your work connecting. And yeah, I wanted to hear more about other things that you learned from each other as well, or maybe surprises, because all of you guys are talking about materiality, and all of these materials have, you know, for example, their own memory or more their own experiences.
I mean, I think like the rest of our cohort, there's so many connections and potential connections between our work. It's hard to always define one. I think one thing that I noticed about the urchins that feature in Anastasia's work and the algae is that they're quite sort of contested organisms. You know, whenever I've seen multiple documentaries which are about urchins are terrible, you know, and isn't it a good thing that sea otters eat a lot of urchins, because urchins are just taking over, you know, and the same about algae. You know, you always hear about algae blooms, and you know, but ultimately obviously a lot of algae blooms are caused by humans letting nutrients run off into rivers. So, but I think it's, you know, in the end we're just trying to tell stories that get to some element of truth and you know, see some kind of future.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I think for me the biggest thing I have learned, everyone is so hardworking, and I sometimes was kind of frustrated that it's like, am I doing something wrong? And then I met you guys all, and it's like, no, I mean, that's how it goes. It's, you know, like you have to work on these projects, and it's fine, because if they're weird, you're gonna have to find weird ways to fund them and make them. But I think for all of us, we are existing in these spaces that they are real, but they're not, but they could be, and they could not be, and it's not exactly clear. And you know, with the urchins and the algae, but even with the avocado seeds, sometimes people think that I'm promoting to eat avocado seeds, or sometimes people think that I'm against that, and it's like, it's so much complicated. And I think that's a case for all of us, that yeah, like you are celebrating algae, but then meanwhile people are like freaking out about sargassum all over like the Caribbean, but there's a reason why it's there, and there's a reason why urchins could be good. So there is this embracing of complexity. Like we're not gonna come with a solution like, yeah, let everyone eat urchin and avocado and then your skin is perfect and the algae. No, it's this space and with a sense of humor. So that I think for me is a little bit like the connection.
I mean, I think all of the projects are provocation. They're not really meant to be taken literally, and they're really just meant to ignite imagination of different ways of existing in this world. And I think the things that I'm really excited about this specific cohort is that the notion of an artist as one single thing or a genius artist have been completely kind of dissolved, and we're all inviting each other into collaborations. We're inviting other species into collaborations, and we're always open to working with other people and other non-human beings. And I think that's what connects all of us.
Raul, how are we doing on time? Oh, we got a hand up. That means no more questions. But thank you so much for your presentations today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Plugging Pier 17 again.
I'll speak on this one. We're going to take 10 minutes to set up for our podcast taping with Sing for Science, Eartheater, and Dr. Elizabeth Hénaff. Don't go far, but get a little coffee, use the toilet if you need. We'll be back in 10 minutes. And Derek, we can put on the house music. your slides.
Okay.
When yours comes up, it's going to be here. And it'll show up like this. So that's, you can see there the what's on and what's next. And then if you want to advance, do you think you're going to be on the podium?
Yeah.
Cool. You just press the space bar.
The space bar is advancing?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can sit there. Okay. Oh, shit.
You're
all right,
giving,
let's not do that. Okay.
Giving
okay,
it
cool.
away.
So it has all of that. And then
Yeah.
some of the text was like too big for this, so I just wanted to just make sure that everything is like Yeah, see how like some of this is like
Sorry?
Yeah, I was just telling him that. Yeah.
What was
Yeah, see how like so
Yeah,
do I just
let's
need to
see.
scroll in there or something?
Yeah, let's see actually. Yeah, you can scroll in here.
Okay. But then that means I had to click onto two boxes though, right? Because if I scroll there then
I think scrolling doesn't change advancing it.
Okay.
So you can always like
Okay, cool.
that's it.
All right.
We can try between the podcast taping and your keynote.
Okay.
We can play with it a little bit more if you want.
Okay.
But it's also I want to honor what you said about this being such an important talk for you.
Yeah, it is.
But I think it's a very generous audience, so they're not
Good.
like if you need to take a pause at some point in the
Good.
middle, it's no big deal.
Okay, good.
Okay, so let's start Sing for Science.
Hello, hello. All right, welcome back. I'm very excited for our next session. We're hosting a live podcast recording of a show called Sing for Science. I met Matt White last year at a science sandbox convening and was kind of immediately like, you're cool, and learned more about your work, and then went home and then listened to a podcast you did with Jonathan Davis. And I grew up on corn, like hard body. I still have my corn shirt from high school. And I learned so much about mortuary science. And I just kept diving into the episodes, and it was such a engaging way to onboard people into specific sciences that I didn't learn growing up. So I'm excited to host an episode here with an artist I admire, Eartheater, and a thinker and writer and scientist I also deeply admire, Dr. Elizabeth Hénaff. I'll welcome you to the stage. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks so much, Salome. And thank you, New Inc., for having us. I just want to say that, the concept of the show is scientists and musicians are paired in conversation, and we try and connect the discipline in which the scientist works to the artist's work. And so with Jonathan Davis from Korn had a song called Dead Bodies Everywhere. And so there was a great book, it came out 20 years ago by a science journalist called Stiff, The Curious Lives of Human Cadavers. And it was about mortuary science, so we paired them. And the first one I did, and I really appreciate what Salome said about the onboarding value of what we do, but also I myself am a musician, so this kind of started as a curiosity for me, wanting to hear musicians I love have deeper conversations about their music. And the previous presenters, Tim and Jess, talked about the mycorrhizal network, and so in 2008, MGMT, the band MGMT, had a song called Kids, and there was this very evocative lyric about a family of trees that always got me thinking. I was like, what are they talking about? And so I was able to have Andrew and Ben from MGMT and Suzanne Simard, who I believe is probably the godmother of this this area of study. And that was actually our inaugural episode. So, and typically these episodes are recorded remotely, so this is a little bit of a deviation, but a good one because we get to watch Eartheater's video in its entirety. So yeah, without further ado, and please welcome Eartheater and Dr. Elizabeth Hénaff.
Good to be here. I just want to say, though, that that's a visualizer, not a video. And those of you listening to the podcast, we just watched the visualizer for the song, not the video. Hence the looping, hence the laziness.
Thank you. I wouldn't regard it as laziness, but while it is fresh in our mind's eye, could you please tell us a little bit about making that video and the inspiration for it?
Well, it was the shoot for the cover. Could we Can we put the cover up there? Do we have a keynote or anything like that? No?
We are ill prepared in that.
Oh, someone told me you guys were going to do that. I was going to do it, but then they told me not to.
I'm going to crawl under this table.
That's okay. It's actually one of my favorite covers I've done. But yeah, so the video was just shot in about 4 minutes after 3 hours of shooting a still.
Wow.
But yeah, so just to describe what we were seeing, it was me covered with these prosthetic snails. And one of which was my favorite, is this snail that is splitting into two. It has 2 heads, but it's sharing the same shell.
Two-headed snail's a thing?
I don't think so. I had the choice to speak to a scientist, a snail scientist. I don't know the proper word for that.
Yeah, I've forgotten.
Whatever that science is, they get so specific. But I chose cell biology because it's something I'll just want to know more about. Yeah, I do have a song called Mitosis. So, yeah.
Well, so that first thing you answered one of my questions about the snail. I mean, I didn't know if there was like a wrangler or something that had to deal with the snails, but they were fabricated.
They were fabricated by my friend Samantha, yes, and yeah.
Okay. And Elizabeth, from a cell biologist perspective, what is unique about snails?
I mean, snails are interesting because they can regenerate certain parts of their body, and so we can't regenerate a limb if we get a limb.
And is that using mitosis or meiosis? Mitosis.
Mitosis.
Mitosis, right? Okay.
So they can regenerate a limb like a lizard.
Like some lizards, yeah, or starfish.
Like some lizards. And some snails are androgynous?
Snails are actually androgynous, and they can switch between one gender or another depending on their needs or feelings at the time.
That ties into my whole sort of to the lyrics and what the song is about in a way that I didn't even know. I love that. I love it when that happens.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm super curious to hear more about your process with this particular song and what made you think about mitosis.
Well, I actually, on the way here in the cab, I just wrote it out just to be more concise, so I'm not humming and hawing.
I want to point out that kind of lyric of the century for me is, fuck all my senses, I need some perspective.
Oh, also about that. So these lyrics, I don't think I had time to type them out, so these are the lyrics that are up there online, a fan wrote out. And I actually love leaving what the fans think I'm saying sometimes, just because it's just cool. It's just, but that's not actually what I'm saying. I'm saying fuck on the side to keep some perspective.
Really?
Yes.
Your song is evolving.
That's a little different meaning. Just a bit of a different meaning.
So that's a cute little treat for anyone listening to this podcast, as you get to know the real lyrics. But I did like that when I read that. I did like that whoever heard the song. Most people think I am saying that. That's fine. But this is what I wrote. Okay. So when I wrote the song, I found myself in a very safe and deep, loving, romantic relationship that ambiently formed over time without the usual conversations, rules, and restraints I'd experienced in the past. This relationship provided an environment where I could grow. Mitosis is essentially growth, right? Yeah. So I suppose I see the first cell as the potential relationship, which then splits into me and this other person, and we split and grow ourselves and turn into the body of the relationship that we both live in together in harmony. I chose mitosis over meiosis because the daughter cells are identical, which is important because I'm trying to illustrate the balance and eye-to-eye evenness of mutual respect. What feels natural and honest is what feels best, and yet we do often lash against that truth. I speak about the angel and knowing one's demons and embracing them to have better clarity and awareness. I use these spiritual symbols and mention the fallen angel to shout out nature. Someone said once that nature is Satan's temple. I don't believe in Satan, but I believe in nature. It's pretty indisputable. Nature's inclination is pointed towards growth and advancement, ultimately, and this song is about the kind of relationship that doesn't inhibit or contradict that.
What do you think about that, Elizabeth?
That's a wonderful explanation. Thank you for sharing that. It feels like very vulnerable also. And I think something that's interesting to me in the idea of mitosis is that it's both a generative and a destructive process in a certain
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because
our relationship is no longer more.
Generative in the sense that it's generating a new entity, like a new cell, but it's also destructive in the sense that the body of the mother cell does need to like tear itself apart to be able to generate that next cell and that next generation, which I think is maybe something that you just touched upon also, this kind of balance between generative and destructive.
Right, I didn't think, you're illuminating the fact that the mother cell essentially disappears.
Yes.
And it's like moving forward, and yeah, so it's like also just driving home the idea of change and things changing. Embracing that.
Yeah.
Could you give us a kind of a primer on mitosis, what it is?
Sure.
Name all the parts.
That's probably a good idea.
So mitosis is a process of cell division where one cell will generate two identical cells. So identical to each other, but also identical to that original cell. As you note, which is different from meiosis, where a cell divides and generates two cells that are identical to each other, but not identical to the original one. And so each cell in all of our bodies, but any other kind of multicellular organism that we can imagine, contains all of the DNA necessary to program every single cell in the body. So like your skin cells only use part of that DNA, but the skin cells also have all of the DNA that, say, a liver cell would be using, or an eyeball cell or something like that. So to be able to generate all these cells that contain all of the same identical information, it's important before a cell divides to be able to make a copy of that information so that then each daughter cell can receive one of those identical copies. So that's like the generative part in a certain sense, because the cell itself is like preparing itself in a really like deep and committed way for that division by spending a bunch of energy on copying all of the genetic information of that particular individual to then be able to redistribute that information between the two daughter cells.
And so in that preparation, when we spoke last week, you made mention that it involves a very clear choice, I think was the phrase that you used.
Yeah,
Can you talk about that?
I mean, it's a commitment, right? So this cell is making a decision that is a complete commitment and that you can't go back on. So a cell can't like divide and be like, whoops, sorry, like actually can we just merge back together? And so it's a really big decision for a cell, and it requires kind of going through a bunch of like intracellular checks to make sure that the cell is ready for that.
Are there any situations where there are variants, like where it does slightly change, or mitosis is always it always maintains its exact?
There's a bunch of situations in which it's not the same. So there's random mutations that can happen.
Is that ever a positive thing, or is it usually it's someone's sick, or it's not?
What time scale are we talking on?
Good question. I mean, you tell me evolution. Oh, right. Well, evolution. That's right. That's a positive thing, right?
Or, so those changes, like over a long period of time, those changes can lead to like innovation.
And they're minute, and
minute, progressive. Most of the time, nothing happens or something bad happens. but then sometimes there's some kind of great innovation that happens, which leads to like some kind of adaptation.
Like when humans started eating mushrooms and invented fire.
There you go.
It's called the stoned ape hypothesis.
Oh, that's Terence McKenna's?
Yes.
Yeah, right? Like that one.
You can, everybody, refer to the Sing for Science episode with Paul Stamets and Modest Mouse, because they talk about that.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh, I love Paul Stamets and Modest Mouse. I'm going to listen to that one.
That one's for you.
Right, great. That's really exciting.
So is that choice, is that moment programmed in its DNA, a cell's DNA?
I mean, it's a decisive moment, and different cells will make different kinds of decisions with respect to that. So say a cell in, say, a skin cell, you get a cut, and then the cells around the cut are going to all of a sudden decide to divide really rapidly and fill that back in and like grow new tissue. Or maybe a stem cell, like those in our bone marrow, are going to divide extremely slowly, and so make the decision most of the time to not divide, and that's called quiescence, which I think is an interesting kind of poetic term of, it's like a state of like active waiting in a certain sense for the like right moment to do something. Quiescence.
Quiescence. Good one.
It is,
yeah. It's got a lot of like consonants together too. The S and the C is just kind of interesting.
Yeah. You said so.
Very quiet, waiting. Yeah, quiescence. Good.
I'm glad you clarified that, because in my notes, which are very sloppy, it says quiescence ? So did you tell me snails are 100% top to bottom stem cells?
No, so they can regrow some of their organs, but not all of them. So we can regrow none of our organs.
Okay.
So they're already like winning on us in that perspective. They can regrow some of them, but not all of them.
How can we fix that using snails though?
That's a good question.
I mean, there's really good face masks with snail trails.
Snail trails.
Wait, what?
Well, there's even snail facials where they put snails all over your face. So it's really good for your skin.
Oh, I'm just thinking about in Italy, I saw someone getting a pedicure with a bunch of fish in the foot bath.
I'm sure that didn't smell very good.
No. You just got back from Australia yesterday.
I did, yes.
Thank you for making the trip, by the way.
It was just, I came for this. I'm going right back tomorrow.
Are you serious?
No, I'm kidding. No, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
So I would like to know a little bit about your practice, because I don't know if it was this song, but some of your music has been composed during artist residencies, right?
Yes.
This one too?
This one, no. Well, this one was composed during a viral residency. This virus hit the world, and we were all locked in our rooms for 2 years. I wrote this during COVID.
Okay. So you happen to be in an exotic locale.
Not with this song, no.
Okay, I see. So but what I'm curious to know, like, how do you end up in artist residencies working on music? Do you require that level of immersion or seclusion?
Solitude and being able to have time alone is very helpful in my creative process. Yeah, for sure.
But this song,
it just kind of expedites the process.
Sure. But this song you wrote with a collaborator?
Yes, Sega Bodega sent me this beat, and then I played with it a bunch and wrote this song. Yeah.
It's a super cool song.
Thank you.
But could you talk a little bit more? I'm curious about where I'm getting the artist residency information was, I think, the one podcast I've heard you on, were you in the Cayman Islands?
Oh, yes, I was in the Cayman Islands. Yeah, a song on my new album was written there. Okay. Actually, yeah, so I mean, it's a huge blessing. People just reach out to me and say, "Come here and live in these amazing places for a few months," and I do it.
And then are you tasked with anything specific, like based on the residency?
If I am, I just do what I
Disregard
want.
it.
Sometimes, but I think I was. I did some of it. But yeah, I made a lot of my new album.
Okay.
But not really. Usually, I think I write a proposal for what I want to do, and then
Okay.
they decide. They usually say, I always say that it's, yeah.
And this new album comes out next month, right?
The first single does, which actually, I know it's not about this song, but since you talked about the minute sort of changes that can happen in mitosis and how that essentially is what is required for evolution, I want to talk about my next single called Pure Smile Snake Venom, and it's about the origin of the smile and the first smile, that what a smile came from, and it's when we diverged from our reptilian instincts of just attacking without any process and sort of thought before that, and when we merged into being mammals. And the first smile ultimately being a threat where you're baring your fangs, saying, I could rip you to shreds, but I choose not to because I like you, or I don't want to kill you. That eventually turning into what is the smile, which is, yeah.
What's the song title again?
Pure Smile Snake Venom.
It's great.
Yeah, bearing of the fangs. But yeah, that's about evolution, and in the video, in the actual video, not a visualizer. I'm going to try to make a time lapse of evolution in my own way, which is going to be really interesting.
But you've not yet started the video.
Not yet. I'm going to do it in London in 2 weeks.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Have you ever worked with snakes?
I have not.
Have you worked with snails, though?
I haven't worked with snails either.
What kind of animals do you work with?
I've worked with plants.
Okay.
And microbes also, and humans also. I did cancer research for a while.
Oh, okay, wait. So is that mitosis, cancer cells?
Yeah, actually, it's...
Oh, yeah. Oof.
Well, it's like a dysregulation of the mitosis process, in which a cell that shouldn't be dividing is dividing way too much.
Yeah.
And so, there's always this kind of dynamic maintenance of, stasis, which is not, immobility, but more like a dynamic process. And then, for some reason, for many possible different reasons, that stasis can get unbalanced. And then you have a lot more mitosis or a lot more cell division than you anticipate. And that is what makes a tumor.
So can you tell us a little bit about specifically what it is you do with your research, microbes, humans, cities?
Sure. So I run a research lab at NYU, and we're interested in environmental microbiomes, so populations of microorganisms in the environment, and how they kind of mediate these porous boundaries between humans and environment. Because one thing that's kind of emerging in the science literature at the moment is that human health and well-being is really tightly related to our relationship with our microbiome, like the gut microbiome being really important, skin microbiome, but the human microbiome interacts with and is impacted by the environmental microbiome. So the environment of the spaces that we work in and live in and transit through, and the environmental microbiome is then kind of sculpted by design decisions of design practitioners. So architects, city planners, a human being made all the decisions that led to this space that we're inhabiting for this afternoon. And a lot of those decisions are going to impact what the microbial signature of this environment is going to be. So if you could link it all together, ultimately you could design probiotic cities, right? If you knew what kind of environmental microbiome would be best for human health and well-being, and how our design decisions impacted that, then you would be able to design a probiotic building or a probiotic city.
How would you do that?
Well, It's kind of tricky because as far as like thinking about beneficial relationships with microbes, we're really good at thinking about like contentious relationships with microbes, like identifying specific players as pathogens and deciding how we want to eliminate them. So we know how to give a name to what's bad for us, but we don't really know how to give a name to what's good for us.
Doctors say I don't get sick because of all the horse shit I was around as a child. Things are too clean.
Things are way too clean, yeah.
Didn't get sick because of all the...
Don't get sick because of all the horse shit, yeah.
Huh. You grew up on a horse farm?
Yes.
Where?
In Pennsylvania.
Were you raising horses and shoveling the
Yes.
stables and stuff?
I've shoveled a lot of horse shit, yes.
Wow. Metaphorically, actually?
Both.
I hear you.
I actually work at a horse barn here in New York City.
Do you?
Yeah.
Where?
We should talk horses.
Is it Jamaica Bay?
It's not Jamaica Bay.
Oh, that's where I ride.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It's the Gallup NYC, like therapeutic horsemanship barns. Yeah.
I want to go visit. I've been to quite a few, but no, I have to.
It's crazy to think there's horses in New York City.
Thank God. When in doubt, I just go to Jamaica Bay.
They have a track?
They have, it's mostly show jumping.
Okay.
But yeah, I go and train there.
Yeah.
There's a really great thoroughbred called Malcolm.
My daughters just started riding, and I went and I asked the person who owned the stable if they'd seen Nope. Have you seen Nope yet?
No, what is that?
It's the new Jordan Peele horror movie about Hollywood horses.
Oh, damn. No.
I shouldn't have brought it up with the stable manager, but it's a good movie.
But say having horse barns in the city, I think is actually a really good biodiversity intervention. Because we don't really know what kind of environmental microbiome is going to be best for humans. And maybe we shouldn't actually be designing only for humans, but for all of the other types of organisms, non-human organisms. But like a good gut microbiome is going to be different for me as it's going to be different from you, and it's going to be different for you. So we can't really like be prescriptive about like what kind of organisms we need in our environment for that to be beneficial. Like I don't imagine us being able to like make a spray or something that you could spray your house with. But in general, the metric that's emerging is like more diversity is always better. And so having other types of species like horses or green spaces, for example.
Not sterilizing everything.
Not sterilizing everything, yeah.
Have you seen the effects of having used hand sanitizer yet, like on a cellular level? Everyone using it, so.
You know, I think that in 20 years or so, we're probably going to see an uptick, or maybe less than that, 15 years, we're going to see an uptick in people with like autoimmune conditions, especially, I think, sadly, for infants who were born during COVID, because in infants, it's really important to establish a diverse microbiome within the first 3 months of life. And so a lot of the infants who have been born during this time of isolation won't have been exposed to that diverse microbiome. So my prediction is that like 15 years from now, we'll see that, because that's one of the known consequences of not being exposed to diverse microbial populations early in life.
So when those children are 15, they would manifest. Okay. You know, there was something when you were talking about the symbiotic nature between humans and the place where we are, or organisms, and you said something in an interview that I found fascinating. That's that when we consider how we influence the environment and vice versa, that it broadens the notion of identity, right?
Yeah, I mean, we like to think of our like body as a temple, as like something that's isolated from the environment.
Satan's temple. Okay, there's a little grime, there's grit and grime there. No, go ahead, sorry.
But we're not really isolated from our environment, and it's what's shaking out is that a lot of like physical characteristics or like phenotypes of macroscopic multicellular organisms like ourselves and plants and animals.
What are phenotypes?
Phenotype is a physical characteristic.
Okay.
So something like hair color, eye color, height are due not only to our own genotype or like the genes that we have inherited from our parents, but also to our interactions with the microorganisms that we live in symbiosis with. So if you think of like identity as being genetic identity, which is like debatable also, but if like working under that assumption, then that means that we need to broaden our notion of identity to include not only our own genes, but also the genes of the microorganisms that we live in symbiosis with. And
how many microorganisms should exist in us?
Trillions. There's actually almost just as many microbial cells in your body as you have human cells, but because they're so much smaller, we don't look like blobs of microbes.
Nice.
But I think it's something kind of hopeful in the sense because it makes it that there's aspects of our identity that are actually mutable within our lifetime, which is not something that is the case with respect to our the human genes that we have inherited. Those are immutable except for like the little changes, like mutations that are happening in the case of mitosis. But I think it's interesting because it provides this like continuum between ourselves and the environment, some kind of like porous boundaries that allows us to be like impacted in very meaningful ways by the inner environments that we inhabit.
Yeah, I remember, I've struggled and continue to struggle with depression, and I remember reading that there's a neural network in our stomachs, and a lot of mood imbalance is due to our flora being messed up. And I definitely do feel better when I'm making sure to be eating a lot of probiotics and drinking kombucha and eating kimchi and also taking supplements. It just makes me feel better overall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was a really amazing discovery.
Yeah, the gut-brain axis. It's a humbling experience, I think, because like we, as humans, we consider ourselves to be very cerebral, like philosophers will like to say that, what matters in our thinking is just our brain and that we can abstract ourselves from our bodies, but not at all.
What's the latest research on the gut brain?
So the general idea really, and then there's a lot of specifics within that, is that it's actually microorganisms within your gut that will signal and trigger the synthesis of neurotransmitters in your brain. So in particular, serotonin, which is a really important neurotransmitter for mental health and brain functioning in general and mood. Whether that neurotransmitter is, it's not made by the microbes in your gut, but it's the microbes in your gut that will actually signal to your brain when is it that you should make more of it.
Okay. I thought serotonin was actually secreted in the GI tract, but it's
a
signaled?
Trigger. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's very interesting. Okay.
Super interesting. I want to talk a little bit about your art practice too. I mean, not just because we are in an art museum, but it's very fascinating what you're working on. So could you talk a little bit about that?
I mean, I guess I like to make art about the same things about the things that I do in the lab, but the scientific method is pretty formulaic, like we write these manuscripts and stuff, and then I start to like wax poetic in the conclusions about like feminist theory and multi-species entanglements, and then the reviewers are like, nope.
Wait, what is that process? The reviewers, are you talking about like science journals or
like
something?
Peer-reviewed articles, yeah. So you like do all your experiments, and then you write up your paper that describes your experiments and the conclusions that you've derived from them. And then in the like conclusion, that's where you kind of talk about like big picture implications. But reviewers really like for you to talk about the big picture implications of, say, like the engineering applications of what you're doing, and not necessarily talking about like, how do I ask consent of the microbes that I'm growing in my lab as to whether they want to participate in my experiment or not.
Well,
so the art practice that's what that is for.
I want to say one more thing though about the peer review process, or science criticism, about which I know close to nothing, but I'm just going to go and say it anyway. Like that's kind of bullshit, right? Because like the actually Suzanne Simard, this concept of the mycorrhizal network, which is sort of accepted as gospel, right? I mean that I think initially I heard her say that other scientists referred to her work as a dog's breakfast, you know, like just wrote it off as it was just like some hippie baloney or something like that. So
many visionary scientists have encountered the same thing with peer review. Yeah.
Okay. Please continue.
Well, isn't that because a lot of the financiers they're somehow having to be biased or like these? Yeah,
it's definitely an industry.
There's a chain reaction of control. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess the intention is good of having like your community of peers review your work and have that kind of like sense of like validation. But I think the fact that it's been monetized in very specific ways has kind of made it depart from like that theoretical ideal.
Is there a platform or a community where your ideas that are being written off get to exist and be viewed and studied?
Well, I think art practice is really good for that. I'll also plug that I'm on the editorial board for a new journal called Biotechnology and Design that aims to publish things that don't necessarily fit squarely in the science box. But I think that's really what artists are really good at, is like challenging those particular types of ideas and asking the why questions. Like science lets you answer the how and the what questions. But art practice, the humanities, philosophy is what allows you to ask the why questions.
Amen. So we're not above plugging work here, so let's look at what you've got coming down the pike here. So this is an exhibit that is starting next week. Could you tell us about this?
Yeah, sure thing. So this is a show that's opening at a gallery in Gowanus next week, and it's a collaborative effort, and there's other members of this collaboration. But what we've done here is I've been studying in the lab the microorganisms that live in the Gowanus Canal. So for those of you who have lived in New York for a while, it's a highly contaminated environment. And from a human perspective, it's a forsaken environment. It's like the most unenvironmental environment.
Stuff lives in there?
Yeah. They're living and thriving. And also these microbes have evolved a lot of really interesting metabolisms that degrade the toxic compounds that they're being challenged with. And so, you know, they're degrading these toxic compounds. If we were to leave them to do their thing, then they would slowly decontaminate this like anthropogenic environment. But that's not the case, because the Army Corps, it's a super fun site, and so the Army Corps of Engineers is coming in to remediate, which means dredging, covering everything with concrete, putting the water back, and then selling, $1 million condos.
The whole canal.
The whole canal, yeah.
Covered with concrete.
So the sediment at the bottom, which is where the toxicity is most concentrated.
Okay.
And so the conversation, so the things that kind of emerge about these ideas is like, well, on one hand, it's kind of proof that like Mother Nature, if we choose to gender that idea, is able to fix themselves, which I think is really nice to have data to support that. It's also pretty poetic in the sense that we're able to correlate all of these like living, breathing 2023 metabolisms of the living microbiome with historical records of industry at that site. And so arguably, I think that the microbially kept records are probably better kept records than human kept records, because, human kept records are notoriously flawed. History is written by the victor. Illegal dumping isn't reported. But this kind of, the microbiome is maintaining this like molecular memory of the history of human intervention. And what we're doing with this art project is kind of a pushback against what most of what the kind of obvious outcome of this work would be, which would be to be like, oh great, these microbes are doing this cool thing. Let's like mine it and exploit these molecular mechanisms that they've developed and like figure out some kind of biotech product or solution from that.
So are you working at odds with the exploitative elements?
Well, I think it's important questions to ask, right? Because like as we're writing up this manuscript, like the title that shakes out of this work is like bioremediation and biomining potential of the microbiome of a contaminated urban Superfund site. And then you're like, wait a minute, this is exactly the extractive mentality that got us into this pickle in the first place, right? Because most of this contamination is from petrochemical industry, which is also itself a resource out of place that somebody found somewhere and was like, oh great, this cool thing in nature that exists, let me like exploit it, and then end up concentrating it elsewhere.
Okay.
So we're trying to kind of challenge that like incumbent hierarchy or like power dynamic between humans and microorganisms, or maybe even humans and many organisms, in which if we find something interesting that's happened in nature, then our impetus is to like exploit it.
Okay. And so this exhibit is next week, and where is this?
It's called the Open Source Gallery, and it's in Gowanus.
Okay, great. Now, but we're about to wrap up here, and if either of you have questions for one another, please, now's the time to do so, and it will be seamlessly edited when released as a podcast.
I have maybe a question about process and relationship to the environment, because you're saying that you make a lot of your work in residencies, and I'm wondering, and you mentioned the like being able to work alone aspect, but is there also aspects of the environment that you feel are interacting with your creative process?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if it's stressful, it's harder. But maybe, I don't know, I guess sometimes difficult environments are a cool challenge and are good for initial spurts of inspiration, but the actual execution is having solitude, space, and time helps for sure. It's, so I'll quiescently wait for the next opportunity.
Perfect. That's radio gold you just gave us.
But no, yeah, I also, really nice food and probiotics, help, I guess.
Microbes making music.
Yeah, definitely.
I have one more question. What was the inspiration for your name?
I just felt like it's sort of all encompassing, and I feel like I'm really conceptually claustrophobic, and I don't ever really want to be pigeonholed, and I feel that way in my sound and just sort of in every aspect of my work, and I feel like it just allows for it. Yeah, I feel like it can be interpreted in many different ways. Like an Eartheater is a worm, and it's also a galactic entity swallowing planets, and it's also a, Haitian pregnant woman eating a mud pie, or it can be a million different things, or it can also be a fish. It can also be, yeah.
That's a great explanation. I mean, so did you ever have an interpretation of it from a cell biologist perspective of her name? You don't work with worms, like a few steps below worms.
I think it makes me think of recursive processes of like, I think of Eartheater as like something that would like be able to consume something massive, but then become something else and something else afterwards as like a recursive process, which I think is something that is really common in biology also.
What's another instance of a recursive process?
I mean, mitosis, cell division. So it's like you have a cell, it makes two, and then each one again makes two. So that would be an example of a recursive process.
Perfect. Well, this has been great. Thank you so much, and thank you to New Inc. for having us. Thank you for our friends at Science Sandbox for supporting the show, and most importantly, thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Hénaff and Eartheater.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you so much to Matt White, Sing for Science, Eartheater, and Dr. Elizabeth Hénaff. We're going to take a 5-minute break to set up for our keynote with Anicka Yi. So please grab your seats. I think these ones are going to go quick, and we'll see you back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. And then to advance, we'll just go spacebar. Okay, cool. And then how do I go backwards?
Just the left.
Okay. And then forward, I go like that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Sometimes I think this one. Sometimes if you have, let's see, like sometimes videos are worth checking out. So you're on this one, and if you go to the next one, it's playing already. So you can see it. You can see everything here, but you can also see things there for whatever reason you need to.
Okay.
And then,
okay, great.
So now you can go back.
Okay, great. And will the lighting be different?
Not really. It'll go down.
In the theater?
Oops. Yeah, we'll bring the house down and we'll have kind of a concentrated
Okay,
light
great.
on you.
Great. Great.
So maybe let's give it like 5 minutes?
Yeah, yeah.
I have the flight. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for today. I literally could not imagine a more fitting speaker to add context and ground us with our themes for today. I am going to introduce Anicka Yi. Informed by scientific research, biology, and perfumers, Anicka Yi has produced a unique body of work over the past decade at the intersection of politics and macrobiotics. Her practice questions the increasingly hazy taxonomic distinctions between what is human, animal, plant, and machine, and is the result of an alchemical process of experimentation that explores often incompatible materials. She collaborates with researchers to create media that are often inherently political and delves into the cultural conditioning of sense and perception in a way she describes as biopolitics of the senses. Her diverse installations, which draw on scientific concepts and techniques to activate vivid fictional scenarios, ask incisive questions about human psychology and the workings of society. Please give a warm round of applause for Anicka Yi.
Thank you for the warm introduction, Raul. And it's really great to be here for the inaugural New Ink Festival. I was actually admiring the stage, and I loved seeing the wilting flowers in real time, and it made me feel very, very present. And that's going to be a key phrase for this talk. But also just that you put the time and the thought into creating an immersive experience as opposed to feeling like you're in an AA meeting or something, you know, especially for me and my talk this afternoon. How's everyone feeling? I hope everyone's feeling hydrated, fully fermented. I want to thank New Ink and Salome Asega for inviting me to speak at this wonderful event. We're going to cover quite a few interesting ideas and non-ideas. So I hope you get comfortable and keep an open mind. To open this talk, I'd like to say that I feel a great affinity with the New Ink community gathered here. We all come to these events in search of new ideas, diverse perspectives, and intelligent strategies for living and thriving. New Ink is a haven for vulnerable ideas, where art and science converge and new disciplines emerge, or where disciplines dissolve completely. New Ink is an incubator. But what does that really mean? When we use the term incubator, are we really ready to embrace the messiness and risk of bringing new ways of life into being? I've been driven by this mission all of my personal and professional life, fueled by my own early life experiences of feeling like an outcast, really. Early in life, I was seeking transformation on every level, even if I didn't understand what would require of me and the world to make that transformation happen. To transform into a new way of life always requires developing a completely new metabolism. Let me say here that in the last few years, I've experienced the zygote stages of a new and deeply personal transformation. Part of this transformation led to a project that I want to talk about at length today called Metaspore. And I just started to incubate it through its first chapter at Stanford University this year. Metaspore is a nomadic research initiative that generates interdisciplinary spores of social trust and action to catalyze planetary paradigm shifts in the 21st century. Metaspore utilizes my art practice as a guiding philosophy to foster the integration of arts and sciences as new paradigms are formed. Through Metaspore, I aim to decentralize science and emerging technologies, expand the range of people consulted and ideas tried, and fuse Western science with traditional knowledge practices. Metaspore fosters a creative ecosystem instead of pursuing predefined outcomes, centering the artistic process as vital R&D in direct conversation with scientific research. Or so that's the idea anyway. Let's see how it unfolds. But before we explore Metaspore more deeply, let's provide a holistic context for its significance and why it's so different from anything I've ever embarked upon to date. What has been lacking in all of my previous interdisciplinary projects? Why is it crucial for Metaspore to operate without predefined outcomes? What is the advantage of privileging a creative ecosystem over, say, the visionary leadership of a single individual? Metaspore was born from a deep need to create more sustainable meaning after being enmeshed with the worlds of science and technology. On a personal level, I'm seeking a relatable community of people who want to be part of conversations like these taking place at New Ink. If we lift these disciplinary silos, then what we are left with are daring imaginations and skills, coupled with a profound knowledge that we are mired in layers of false assumptions about who we are and how that impacts our perceptions of the worlds in us and around us. In order to address these false assumptions, part of Metaspore's research is the impossible task of debunking the favored Western notion, the autonomous self, which has been culturally dominant since the Enlightenment. Furthermore, this Enlightenment ideal of detachment from nature and the living world has resulted in our present-day siloed disciplines and preference for abstract knowledge, all of which is hindering our understanding of ourselves and the natural world, our very planetary survival. A crucial part of the transformative experience I alluded to before was my realization that we cannot keep hurtling from one dazzling idea to the next. There are serious consequences that come with neglecting the texture of reality surrounding these seductive ideas. In some instances, new ideas are quite simply a form of escape from these realities. If you keep chasing new ideas, how can you do the deep time investment of changing the environment to better accommodate these new ideas? Or to think of it another way, an endless stream of new ideas in a fragile, desiccated ecosystem can only be so fruitful. A painful lesson I've learned is the need to build a generative environment and community to metabolize ideas, old and new. I want to share something personal here. I had to learn this lesson the hard way in the lead up to my most ambitious work to date, In Love with the World at the Tate Modern. I don't know if anyone here was in London. It was sort of in the pandemic, maybe you saw most of it online, but the opening of this show was the undisputed high point of my career thus far. But the work was so abstracted from my own well-being that its genesis left me utterly depleted, on the razor's edge of a life-threatening burnout that forced me to reconsider my way of working and living on every level. Going forward, I knew I had to take a more holistic approach to my work, not as an aspiration, but as the very means of survival. To approach an idea holistically means we must try to access a deeper reality, to grasp an idea through more than only our intellect, through our sensorium, our feelings, our perceptions, and our habits. To live more honestly means embracing the radical possibility that yourself, at the deepest level, is not at all what you've always thought of it as being. Letting go of ingrained psychological patterns can lead us to a profound transformation in our understanding of human existence. We can no longer resign ourselves to skimming the surface of seductive ideas with no real hope of changing ourselves on a fundamental level. We aren't going to solve the world's problems with more technology. We need to transform ourselves, not through intellectual pursuits, but through lived experiences that allow us to shed our delusions about ourselves and being. We need to radically realign our actions with our ideals and our imaginations in order to truly and sustainably benefit both ourselves and others. In my new way of working and living, all of these components need to be aligned for a pursuit to be worthwhile. This focus on experience over concepts may appear heretical, especially coming from someone like me, a conceptual artist. But I have to confess, I've always been uncomfortable with this category of artist or conceptual artist or any hyphenate of artist. It's something I've been challenging and resisting for the past 15 years of my art practice. I don't really actually believe in any fixed identity. And the term artist feels outdated as traditional notions of identity and humanity dissolve all around us. To be an artist today requires shape-shifting, defying capitalist norms that prioritize guaranteed returns on investment over real experimentation. My research project, Metaspore, incubates this mysterious ability to adapt. I'm an artist who practices philosophy through tactile material means. One skill, if you can even call it a skill, that I've cultivated is the ability to protect uncertainty. I have honed the ability to shepherd an idea through evolution and maturity, free from rigid goal expectations, which is reflected in my approach to Metaspore. In the space I'm sculpting with Metaspore, you aren't supposed to be an expert. Instead, I want to foster this ability to metabolize uncertainty and develop leaps of intuition and instinct by prioritizing awareness and presence in our senses, what we see, hear, taste, smell, and touch. By honing these instincts, we may discover unexpected strength and resilience in uncertainty. This embrace of uncertainty is also guiding me to become a more daring human, not reducible to mere concepts and proposals. Through artistic exploration, I seek to cultivate not only divergent thinking, but divergent doing and being, aligned with the challenges and wild unknowns we all face today. But let's take a moment. Let's pause and take the temperature of our surroundings, our environment currently. It seems we live in a time of what I'm calling planetary paradigm shifts. The pace of change within our lived experience is changing more rapidly and on a larger scale than ever before. If we take a look around us, the world appears to be in a grip of a barely suppressed panic, an anxiety that constantly threatens to erupt into utter chaos. There are the numerous and foreboding impacts of artificial intelligence and advanced technologies, the failing of nation states, the backsliding of democracy with the rise of fascism, the extreme global wealth gap, anthropogenic climate crisis, environmental pollution, mass species extinction, the rise of chronic diseases, and let's not forget pandemics. Let's take a moment to breathe and be with this seal for a moment. This luminescent seal. In this time of unprecedented change, many of the key conceptual assumptions of Western liberalism that have silently structured the modern world for centuries, such as autonomy and individuality, no longer seem to serve us. So this moment is one of accelerated structural collapse, but also a collapse of certainty. Certainty in our systems of knowledge and governance, but also certainty in ourselves as humans, especially as our realities are further splintered between the physical world and the many potentially emerging metaverses. Our technologies have never been more advanced, but from my view, our well-being has never been more dubious. To quote Sylvia Wynter, "As brilliant as the feats of natural science are, they are half-starved because they cannot deal with our human predicament." We still understand ourselves through Western liberal concepts of the human and the self, but I sense that these concepts are now blocking our further liberation. We interpret our thoughts and feelings through this meta-narrative of a self that is ultimately in control, like some sort of CEO of being. But increasingly, it seems that this cogent and controlled self may not exist. Biologically, we now understand ourselves to be porous and numerous, existing and adapting as a co-constitution, a cooperation of many different species that are laced through with genetic and epigenetic modifications. As the esteemed Donna Haraway has claimed, neither biology nor philosophy any longer support the notion of independent organisms in environments. To demonstrate her point, philosopher of science Maureen O'Malley declares that microbial consortia, whether on their own or as part of larger organisms, are now the basic units of life, evolution, and selection. From the human standpoint, evolutionary psychology describes the collisions we systematically face with our Darwinian impulses that have been conditioned through natural selection. And this conditioning infuses contemporary behavior with incompatible survival responses from our earliest ancestral circumstances. Yet, we still apply this damaging idea of the self and all of its fears and preoccupations to our way of life. We are simply living outdated stories based on a metaphor that served a historical purpose, but no longer reflects our understanding of reality, and it is leading us down a precarious path. As medical anthropologist David Napier argues in his book, The Age of Immunology, we live by the basic assumption that our survival ultimately depends on the recognition and elimination of non-self, and that this is perhaps the dominant premise of modern life. He argues that immunological ideas of the inherent hostility between self and non-self, along with corresponding fears about transformation and change, have now become the dominant structure for how human relations take place in the contemporary world. In contrast, while studying the gorgeous and luminescent symbiosis of the bobtail squid, physiologist and biochemist Margaret McFall Nye came to suspect that the immune system actually evolved not to eliminate pathogens, but to select for beneficial partners in the micro-packed waters of our metazoan ancestors. So the immune system in its origin can be likened to a recruitment agency for desired symbionts, rather than a militant security state, highlighting the primordial permeability of the self. Albert Einstein. Does anyone know who that is here? I can't believe I'm quoting Albert Einstein in a talk. Okay, but this is kind of brilliant. So, highlight. Okay, Albert Einstein has a beautiful quote that I'd like to read in full. A human being is a part of the whole, called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. Nobody is able to achieve this completely, but the striving for such achievement is in itself a part of liberation and a foundation for inner security. However, Einstein himself, whose fears eventually led him to advocate for the atomic bomb, demonstrated that understanding intellectually and practicing these fundamental truths can often be worlds apart. Although modern science and technology are only just beginning to prove these points, the ideas of relationality and dynamic permeability are nothing new. These perspectives can be seen in many traditional knowledge bases that appeal to me as a more holistic understanding of human existence and experience. As an example, in the words of Mohawk scholar and mycologist Keith Williams, the Haudenosaunee worldview does not figure to objects or individuals as static. For example, a wooden table is a constant state of flux or transformation. It is composed of all the interactions it had as a tree in the forest, as wood in the workshop, as a table used for eating or other purposes, and as food for insects, fungi, and other decomposers when it eventually breaks down and returns to the ecosystem. This vibrant dynamism extends to humans, medicine plants, rivers, animals, and the rest of creation. Another colleague of, I'm having trouble scrolling down. Here we go. Another colleague of mine, Inuk scholar and microbiologist Aviaya Liebert Hauptmann, has written about the Kalaallisut word sila, which is a single word all at once, meaning the plant, the weather, and the mind. How beautiful to have these connections infused into a relational language that apprehends the world as more vibrant and interdependent than we ever knew. Similarly, Buddhist philosophy reveals that our perceived identity, the idea of my mind or my body, is an illusion, shaped by the constant stream of thoughts, emotions, sensations, and perceptions. Psychologists draw a parallel between the experience of mind or self and watching a movie. Just as individual frames pass through a movie projector, our experiences seem continuous. However, examining each thought, feeling, and sensation more closely begins to dissolve this illusion of a constant self, giving rise to a serene, spacious, and calm awareness as we move from frame to frame of consciousness. Considering this convergence of ancient, traditional, and contemporary wisdoms, it seems that the Enlightenment concept of self is more of a historical blip, a thought trend that we need to mature out of. Nonetheless, our contemporary Western culture, civilization, society, history, and politics all silently imply distinctions between humans on the one hand and animals and plants and machines on the other. Recent advances in AI and in biotech, for instance, the microbiome, synthetic biology, and CRISPR, teach us that humans are not more than nature. In some senses, we are simply microbial, nor do we appear to be other than some kind of super complex machine. Arguably, the idea that humans are independent from nature has been as destructive to the planet as the idea that nature and technology are mutually exclusive. As I reflect on the 15 years of my practice, I realize that at every turn, I've been exploring what constitutes the self in relation to what comprises the human, and how the concept of the human fails us at every turn. This concept has been at the heart of how we see ourselves and all other life and non-life around us. Most of us in the Western world have built identities around a European Enlightenment concept of the human, which has in turn shaped our universities, our governments, our culture, and our politics. We have academic disciplines today because the Enlightenment has compartmentalized knowledge. It has required many of our brightest and boldest thinkers to narrow their scope and abstract themselves from their own subjects. This echoes an understanding of the human that is artificially imagined as outside of the nature cosmos. So, now that I've laid out the unstable Western concept of the human, we can see how it further deteriorates certainty in our established disciplines of science, art, politics, history, and so on. As a result, our continued commitment to these siloed disciplines seems deeply counterproductive, if not downright damaging, to how we understand and treat ourselves, our technologies, and the natural world. It no longer makes sense to compartmentalize knowledge. Does it even make sense? Is it even possible to isolate our existence strictly through reasoning? Do we not have other capabilities to activate a perceptive, embodied, ecologically situated understanding of existence? We can intellectually order and understand the world around us, but these ideas are just abstracted, floating bits of information that can often reinforce false beliefs, causing serious damage to ourselves and others. Today, information often becomes a detached transaction, reduced to transactional data points, mere capital. Ultimately, these bits of information don't offer any real liberation from our suffering as entities in a world we barely understand, much less allow us to adequately care for ourselves and for others. To me, knowledge divorced from our lived experience lacks value. Ironically, I, a conceptual artist, am now mainly interested in non-conceptual space. This space exists beyond language and cognition, defying representation, but recognizable through perception. Consider the profound transformations sparked by music, poetry, or sublime experiences in nature as portals to this non-conceptual space. However, this space is always available to us outside of these stimuli. I'm learning to shift my own focus towards this kind of knowledge in the hope that it can release biases and conditioning. Can we perceive things as they truly are, rather than simply how they appear to us through the filter of our thoughts and beliefs? Okay, I acknowledge the radical nature of this non-conceptual outlook, particularly in the context of our late capitalist society and for those unfamiliar with non-Western cosmologies and epistemologies. However, even if one wishes to preserve a purely rational, cognitive existence, it becomes evident through experiential, biological, technological, psychological, philosophical, and spiritual evidence that the notion of a unified, independent self is misguided at best. This realization is not something I'm seeking to prove here, but it's an intuition that emerged consistently through various knowledge sources spanning from ancient to contemporary. This idea is indeed challenging to comprehend and integrate. The rituals and meditations of Tibetan Buddhism serve as a practice to remind us of the distinctions between the self and the not-self, distinctions that need constant reinforcement to help us escape delusion. I'm not claiming to be an expert or to claim ownership over this approach at all. Rather, I'm deeply curious and actively incorporating it into every aspect of my art, my thoughts, and my life. As I've stated, Metaspore is one of the ways I'm exploring this idea. Though it's still in its very humble incubator stage, only beginning to divide cells and grow limbs, without a clear vision yet of what exactly is forming. In the past year, the first chapter of Metaspore was held at Stanford with a small group of interdisciplinary student fellows. Rather than educating them solely in the science of art, my goal was to show them how artificial these distinctions are and expose them to the many ways of thinking and living, of doing science and of making art that I've encountered in my own practice. I encourage these students to question their abstracted approach to learning, which often leads to sacrificing their well-being due to stress, career pressures, overwork, information overload, and conforming to societal expectations of being an intellectual or an expert in their field. What if these students took everything they were learning and applied it to their life, from daily habits to relationships and interactions with the environment? We delved into some of Metaspore's core research areas, which span topics as wide as non-human kinship, non-visual sensory modes, regenerative time, network weaving, planetary intelligence, and biodigital convergence. These topics were expressed not only as abstract thoughts, but as ways of relating and connecting with one another, as daily practices of meditation and mindfulness, as forms of creativity and self-expression, as playful, non-fearful approaches to new technologies, as sensory nourishment in the form of food, drink, and movement. Reflections from the student fellows describe this first chapter as a transformative experience, an exercise of the mind that changed my perspective on what it means to be human and what being a part of this planetary ecosystem entails. They concluded that the current societal norms around life and work are not serving the human species or the planetary ecosystem at large, and that we need to step back into a mode of being that is integrated with nature. One student, a scientist, expressed a whole new set of goals: to explore creativity that stems from non-conceptual space, realizing that, after all, boundaries are human creations and are often more permeable than one would think. This same student noted that she was inspired to read more broadly, speak with a broader range of people, and seek experiences that would take her out of her comfort zone and outside of the research lab. I'm immensely proud of the strides Metaspore has made and extremely excited to evolve Metaspore in new places and new forms. But I want to be clear about one point. Metaspore is not about regressing technologically or returning to some imagined ideal relationship with the earth. Rather, it's about being better aligned with what we know logically and intellectually, with our actions, and with our deeper intuitions and feelings about the world. It synthesizes diverse ways of knowing, from ancient traditions like Tibetan Buddhism to modern fields like AI and synthetic biology. It's about learning to approach all areas of study as a whole embodied being with physical needs, relationalities, and dependencies. All of this while keeping a breath's distance from our transient emotions and limited sense of self, expanding to a larger network that sustains our individual and planetary lives. So that sounds pretty simple, right? I'll admit that these are somewhat lofty ambitions. Perhaps they are utterly impossible. But in this moment of planetary paradigm shifts, why not take a big swing in changing the most basic assumptions and concepts that we live by? They no longer seem to be serving us, and everything feels totally uncertain in any case. In times of challenge and crisis, cynicism can become very fashionable, but there is always evidence of hope all around us if we choose to access it. I don't claim to know the exact way of getting us to a better place, or what is the best way to activate all of this latent hope. I'm simply diagnosing these inconsistencies of our understanding of the world and our actions in this world. That's why I'm progressing with Metaspore in a very gradual, humble, and non-predetermined way. I want to avoid the pitfalls of my own delusions of self and see where the network of Metaspore might lead into wholly unexpected places. The same way that a sculptor of clay might describe the material starting to lead them, I want to let Metaspore and its budding network grow into something potentially greater and more radical than I, as an individual, could envision. Our conception of ourselves is wildly off the mark. We associate the self with control and persistence in time, but in close inspection, we turn out to be much less in control and much more fluid than we think. As evolutionary ecologist Alan Rainer has stated, discrete as an individual animal, such as an amoeba, an insect, a bird, or a mammal might appear to be in an instant, its living envelope, its boundary, creates and follow innumerable interconnected highways and byways as it moves through space and time. It is therefore at boundaries that all of life's action occurs, the places where nature and nurture combine and inextricably intertwine to generate the rich complexity of the living world. Through my early experiments with Metaspore, I've already seen that it can be transformative at the very boundaries of possibility. Perhaps this means that Metaspore will progress in less tangible and more humble ways than creating a new product, a new technology, or a new artwork, though this will inevitably arise as side effects rather than as explicit goals. Metaspore has already accomplished that much more subtle and elegant and fugitive feat of art, to convince without direct argument, to make a small shift in perception that suddenly calls everything into question, to leave a sensory impression that cascades into every aspect of lived reality. So I'm investing further in this project to see how things might unfold. I'm making a case for the artist's method of protecting uncertainty until the moment seems exactly right. A case for metaspore, and a case for the serious dream work of not only imagining other possibilities, but acting on these possibilities and casting them into the radical present. To be in the radical present is to be at the cutting edge of life, rather than stuck in the past or dreaming of a future. The mind wants to be present. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. So this morning, Lamar took us on a spaceship and told us that the machines won't keep us alive, and that we, the collective, are the new technology. And Annicka, you brought it full circle for us by telling us that technology won't make the change we seek, but that the interdependent collective will. So I just love leaving on that note. Thank you. So that's it for today. We'll be back for one more day tomorrow, and we're highlighting our future memory track and our collective abundance track. All showcases are open again, so I encourage you to go visit Pier 17, La Mama Galleria, Dunkelstall, and Onyx. All right, good night. Thank you.